I mean, wow. And it's just the vibe, the networking, the connections, it's just been so healthy. The last, 2 years ago, it was virtual, right? We could just hardly connect. Last year we got together, our theme was just getting through to 22. We knew it was still a slugfest. But we're back. We're back. So thank you, Southeast Conference. We'll give you a report during the business meeting on how things went last night, but you know how things went because you were there, and we appreciate that. But really, the big part of what do we have a sponsor slide that we can throw up there? It is so critical. Everything we try to do is first. We know you're all going to be fed up at the end of the day, so we want to make sure you start off that way with great food, good breakfast, and we really appreciate the sponsors. This morning's breakfast sponsor is Grow Ketchikan, and is Deborah here? Deborah, why don't you come up here and say a few words? Deborah is one of those people that just doesn't know how to quit. She does. Yeah, she doesn't know how to quit. And I really appreciate working with her and what she's doing here in the community. So Deborah, why don't you come say a few words about what Grow Ketchikan is doing here in town? And
okay. So I've been over there sitting next to Scott Haberstad, hoping some of his wit and and energy would rub off. It didn't work. You still get the same old dull me. So Grow Ketchikan is an economic development organization. About 30 years ago, I got a death wish and went into economic development. And I've been beating that horse to death ever since. So I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing here in Ketchikan, and we can go next slide. There's a little inspiration for you this morning. I'll give you a minute to read that. Okay, you read it. Let's go on to the next slide. Did you read it? You didn't read it.
it's in there.
Oh, you did. Okay, it's over there.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what we're doing. We're doing mariculture. That's a really good economic diversification thing. And I'm going to spotlight Marco Scheer over there. We did some really in-depth market research for him, and I think he's actually using it now to develop new markets for his kelp. So that's a program that we've had for several different businesses in town. We have this group that does incredible market research. They find out not only the company that you want to sell to, but the person inside that company you need to talk to. And it's a company or a person who is looking for your product. So it's a really amazing program. And we have the diversification strategy we've been working on for about a year now, where we've done interviews with community leaders and other people where we ask them, well, what's your idea for new business and new ways that we can have economic diversity in Ketchikan? We've seen what happens when you're overly dependent on a single industry. Ketchikan has a history of that ever since its founding. It went through mining, and that died, and then it went through timber, and that got shut down in the late 80s. And fishing almost died in the 60s until we started the hatcheries. So it's been boom and bust, boom and bust. We've got to do something else. So some of the diversification things that we're working on, we have businesses in town that are doing amazing things. We have a fellow who's got a business. We heard yesterday from Pat Pitney about their UA strategy for drone technology. We have a drone business here in town that does incredibly high-tech drone surveying for survey companies, and they can see the needles on the trees. It's so high-tech drones he's got. And surprisingly, you wouldn't think we have a cosmetics business in Ketchikan. Come on up. This is Cuatlicue Molina, and she has a glow spa, which makes all natural skin and hair products. And she sells in 10 countries across the world. She just got back from Lagos, Nigeria. So she's going to make an incredible offer to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deborah, for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cuatlicue. I am Indigenous, and I am the CEO and founder of Glow Spa Company. It's a locally owned and operated company here in Ketchikan. We specialize in all natural hair care, hair growth, and skin care that actually works. I am delighted to share with my beautiful community products that actually work and not are just another scam or something that won't work. Deborah is actually one of my clients. I have things for everyone, men and women, and it's all made here and shipped out of state, thus bringing new money constantly to our beautiful community. And that is my biggest pride.
You have an offer?
Yes. On your table, you can see that I have left these sheets. This is a discount for all of us here. If your wives are not here, they can also use the discount. It's okay. It will be valid all day today and tomorrow. That is the discount code. My website is there and all my contact information is on the website. And I will ship to you. Okay, so thank you so much for this opportunity, Deborah. Thank you, Ketchikan, and thank you, Alaska.
So I do use her product, and you may not know this, but actually I'm 150 years old. See, it works. I don't look a day over 80. So those are some of the amazing things that we can build on for diversification. We can do, the drone technology. We could do, we could do web design. We have a web design company. We have 2 web design companies here that we can. I want to do some more workforce training in that area, web design, graphic design, anything in the communications field. We're all, communications is what everybody's doing every day. And videography, and you can do training videos for the military or corporations and things like that. So really want to promote that and move forward with that those kind of skills building here, so that we can have alternatives. We can have people who can live here and sell their skills all over the world, just like Cuatlicue. So, and economic development bonds. That's a new thing I found out about this year, is economic development organizations can become authorities that can issue tax-exempt revenue bonds. It has to be enshrined in state statute. And we've been talking with our representative over there, Dan Ortiz, and they're looking into it as to what it would take to create a statute in Alaska that would enable local entities to do bonding for things like housing. You can finance housing with it. You can start an economic development loan fund. You could build an incubator for businesses. It's like ADA, but ADA is on a statewide thing, and they've issued bonds for their projects. But this puts that power in the hands of the local community. So the borough would have to be the bond issuer and then loan the money to the economic development organization, and then they would pay it back. So that's something that's ongoing. Most of what I do is exploring the feasibility of things and putting things together. So we're in the feasibility stage with that. And housing, okay, we are doing something with housing, where there's several entities in Ketchikan that are actually doing on the ground concrete things to get housing built. And the big issue with housing is the cost of infrastructure, the cost of materials. That sort of thing needs to be subsidized. So I looked into low-income housing tax credits and grants from HUD and things like that. So it turns out Alaska Housing administers those programs, and they will put together the entire package. They will put together the low-income housing tax credits, the grants from HUD, the CDBGs, whatever it takes. And they have a list of developers that they approve that they will work with that they know can get their projects done. So I've gone through that list. I've identified a developer. I've been talking to that developer. They've done 25 different projects in Alaska, and they've done one here in Ketchikan. So we're moving forward with that developer. We'll be making that application over the next year. I've identified some land. And I'll be showing you a slide that shows some land. It's a question is who owns it? So when we get to that slide, I'll talk about that more. But there's quite a bit of land here. We think there isn't because it's all vertical, but there really is buildable land in Ketchikan. It's just that there's various people who own it and we have to talk with them. Again, we're doing feasibility. We're moving forward. And ta-da, don't laugh. Everybody laughs when I mention this. We're working on building a road to Canada. Anybody laughing? Oh, good. This was Governor Murkowski's idea. It was in the 2004 State Transportation Plan. There's a map and I'll be showing you the map in a minute. It would go on the Shelter Cove Road over to the east end of the island, then it turns north and goes up across Beam Canal. And then it turns right and goes up Bradfield Canal to the Canadian border. The big problem there is that once you get to the border, there's 60 miles, you have to build more road to get to the highway. But again, hey, let's explore it. Let's find out. Let's do the feasibility. Another proposal is a road to Hyder to get up to the border. And there's the highway up there. So, and then we do a heck of a lot of business counseling, helping people with business plans and marketing, as I said, and all the concomitants of getting your business going and expanded. So let's go to the next slide and show you some of these things I've been promising. There's the map to the road to Canada. Okay. Now, trucking is more expensive than barging, but if the barge lines ever get shut down, we need a lifeline. We need a road. So why not try? So there is the road of the map. You can see it going over and then going north. That was just the engineers did a flyover when David Spokley was the one who flew them back when. And then they drew the map. They really didn't go on the ground and do any really hard engineering, but that needs to be done. We'll do feasibility again. Next slide. And housing. Okay, KIC, you've heard from them. They're doing their navigation center. They bought the galley and they're going to have 16 units of housing. I mean, that's going to happen very soon. And so that's marvelous. And then Grow Ketchikan is we're doing this in layers. You do the homeless layer, and then you do the low to moderate income layer, then you do the market rate. And then the Ketchikan Gateway Borough is working on the market rate. I've already told you about the low income. So Richard is going to tell us a little more about the borough's projects. This is
I'll be quick, Robert. I promise. I'll be quick. Hi, Richard Harney. I'm the planning director down here in Ketchikan. So we've been working on housing for quite a while now, a couple years, not as long as Juneau has, but we've been changing our codes, trying to make them a little bit more user-friendly, being able to increase density. We've lowered our planned unit development minimum area, so that way more housing can go into for infill development. And we've been we did a housing discussion groups over during COVID, trying to identify what the issues are and what the barriers were. And that was extremely helpful. We have a community or a comprehensive housing assessment project that also was a resident survey. And then we're going to be working on a market analysis to figure out exactly what it is that we need here in the community. One of the things that I think that the state could help us with and partner with is looking at the tax abatements. We need more tools as communities, local communities. And tax abatements are already in the state statute as an option for communities. However, it's an optional exemption, which means that we're all still on the hook for the RLC, for the school funding. And so one of the tools that could be extremely helpful for, sorry, Robert, I got to get this plug in, for the local communities across the state is to increase housing, is to make that tax abatement, tax exemption section of code a mandatory exemption. If we can do that, I believe that that would help local communities really incentivize development, especially with the cost of shipping and materials going up. So looking to the state for some partnership and some help there. And then also local control of infrastructure projects from DOT and state land. State has land and they're looking to, the governor has directed them to get that onto the private market. But I think that us local communities can do a much better job than DNR or any other of those agencies that come out of the rail belt. I think that we can do a much better job with that land. So anyways, that's what we're working on down here.
Okay, great. So next slide, please. And we're almost done. So that's just an example of some land that's out there that's somewhat buildable. It's that body of water up there on the far left side is Ward Cove. And that piece of land belongs to the Forest Service. And it's 1,800 acres. This is just an example. I've identified the Coast Guard has 200 acres. I mean, we have all this land around. We have to talk to the Forest. If I did talk to the Forest Service, they want to build some houses because they can't find a house for their forester they want to bring up here. So usually they're just locked up, but maybe they're amenable to having some of that land built up with housing. It's right close to town. It's the very part that's up closest to Ward Cove is somewhat buildable. The rest of it is a little bit steep, but we're moving forward. Okay, next slide. And there's the funding sources. Next slide. There we are. Done.
Excellent.
Thank you, Robert.
One of the secrets to our success is working with the economic development organizations that are throughout the region. So whether it's the EDCs that, Ketchikan, Sitka, Haines, Skagway, other communities have, working with the chambers of commerce, those really are the local efforts that we help to try to build synergies and network throughout the region. So thank you again. And if the board members want to get a little bit closer up here to these tables, because there's gonna be a bit of a focus on you guys, even though this is a membership meeting, but come on up front. I'm going to turn the gavel, the mic over to President Alec Messig. No, you just.
Okay, yeah, so let's, oh, perfect, thank you. Do we have enough room? Short one?
No.
Anyone wants minutes? Or not minutes, agenda.
All right, well, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 8:24. In Alaska. Sarah, will you note the roll, please? Thank you. First up, is there a motion to approve the agenda? So we have a motion by Casey, a second by Jan. Any objection to approving the agenda? And without objection, the agenda is approved. Approval of minutes from the 2021 annual meeting.
And I believe those are available on the QR code. So if there's anybody that's once the information is not looking at it, they can look at it by clicking on the QR code at the middle of the table. Finding the business meeting.
I'd like to move to approve the meeting, minutes from the 2021 annual meeting.
There's a motion by Casey to approve the minutes with a second by Lacy. It's too early for that. It's too early for that. All right, any objection to approving the minutes? Seeing none, minutes are approved. And treasurer's report. Okay, so Rory went back, so I can make a few notes about the organization's finances. So in general, things are good. And that's before we've actually received a $49 million grant. So, you know, we've done a good job of ensuring that over the last 5 years that we've really, you know, kind of organized the finances in a big way. And with the support of the membership and all the different activities that the organization has been able to get involved in and the different funding opportunities that have come our way, those have been managed well. And so right now the organization's finances are very strong. If there are other questions about any of that stuff, I'd be happy to catch up with folks after the meeting. And maybe I'll just call that good enough. Thanks. Okay, and then do we, so no one actually informed me of the results of the election, but I suspect that I know the results of the election because we did not have any.
I have that information. Yes, our election, thank you all of you who cast your votes yesterday. We had a incredible election this year, and we now have officially 4 newly elected board members. All of those who ran are either re-elected or newly elected to the board. So congratulations to Marcos, Dennis, Katie, and Gracia. Thank you so much.
Is there a motion to approve the results of the election?
Second.
Now looks like I got a motion by Jan, second by Dennis. Any objection to approving the ballot results? Hearing none, results are approved. Congratulations, folks. 3 more years. The All right, and at this time, I got to do what is probably my favorite part of the meeting. And I'm going to go ahead and pass the microphone because we don't have a gavel over to Lacy Simpson, who will be taking over as president of the board.
Thank you very much, Alec, and thanks to everybody who attended this year's Southeast Conference. As you can tell, we're a super highly functional professional board. Maybe a little punchy at 8:30 on a Thursday. But since I have a microphone, I wanted to embarrass Alec for a minute and just to thank him from the bottom of my heart for stepping forward to being president yet again. When I was not in a position to do that, he stepped up for the organization, for the whole region. Thank you so much, Alec. I really appreciate it. I'm hoping everyone can give him a round of applause. Okay, so onward, dismissing outgoing and seat incoming board members. Do we have any of our newest
So
in the room?
Gracia-
Rory
Gracia.
has already left. Not
Yep.
sure if Gracia is
Gracia's
here.
here.
Yes.
And Katie is
Katie.
here. So you really could spread out and face the membership.
Oh, what?
Yeah, we're gonna, yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Welcome and welcome back, Marcos. Oh, yes. All right, on to action items. Our first order of business is election of officers. We need a first vice president and second vice president. Do I have a motion? Motion by Alex, seconded by Marcos.
Can you repeat that?
Caitlin, so Caitlin will be the first VP and Zach will be the second VP. Okay. This is just what it is. This is how this works. Any objections? Should we take a proper vote on this one? Sure. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, on to voting the location for the 2023 annual meeting. We have an application from the community of Sitka.
And they are here to present.
Lovely. So I'm going to be completely transparent with you. We were told we just needed to turn in an a proposal. So we weren't really prepared with a fancy schmancy PowerPoint presentation or anything like that. And my personal assistant, Rachel Roy, wrote up some notes for me. So we can share that with you. But the city of Sitka, ooh, I'm doing the back to people thing. I'm sorry. Oh, now I'm going to go back to you. Here, what, here. Okay, how's that? He's not paying attention, so it doesn't really matter. So the city of Sitka is very excited about having the Southeast Conference back in Sitka for 2023. The last time you were in town, we felt that it was a really great success. Our community was very happy to have you and to host you. And so we found that there were some things that we could do better. As always, you learn from those things and you take those forward. We are going to be a city with more visitors in town, no matter what date I suggest to you for 2023. We are, because of the expansion of the cruise ship terminal, we can now dock 2 post-Panamax size ships. And in September, we are still receiving those ships. My room looks out over the water here. And I woke up yesterday and I saw the Quantum of the Seas, which we will have in town on Wednesdays next year. And I was reminded as to how absolutely huge that floating city is, but we will still have availability at the Harrigan Centennial Hall for either the September 12th through the 14th or the 19th through the 21st. The city of Sitka is very excited to sponsor the use of Harrigan Centennial Hall, the full facility. It'll be a complimentary use of the full facility, whichever dates that you choose. We also, and if you haven't been into Harrigan, we have a large auditorium, 7 meeting rooms and a commercial kitchen. So anything you'll need right in the middle of downtown, so you can get whatever you need. We also will be hosting the community reception, which we're very excited to do that. My, once again, personal assistant, Rachel Roy, loves to plan events. This is her favorite part of our job. So we're already thinking about where, when, and what's going to happen that evening. We do have lodging rates available. We've got the Aspen, the Westmark, and the Longliner have already committed to rates. So we can start calling those places. We do offer conference planning support. So we'll be there every step of the way. Yay, I get one applause over here. We also have instituted, and it's been very successful, our Show Your Badge program. Now, the Show Your Badge program is a discount program. All you need to do is literally show your badge in restaurants and retail stores and even attractions when you call attractions in town. And they were all committed to giving you discounts, special discounts for being a convention attendee. And that's something that has been super successful in our community, and our businesses are very supportive of this. We have stickers on your table, so please stick them on your water bottle, stick them on your kids' foreheads, whatever you want to do with them. Share them out in the world. And we are hosting the second best conference because, this is the best conference. But next month, we're hosting the second best conference, which is the ATIA, the Alaska Travel Industry Association Conference. It's going to be at Harrigan Centennial Hall on October 10th through the 13th. They have about 450 attendees. And so we're very excited to have those people in town. Now, the theme of the conference at ATIA is Back to the Future of Tourism. And we're going with the Back to the Future theme. We're going with the 80s theme. For those of you who lived through the 80s, you never thought you'd have to go back there, but we are. And so what I would like to know right now is who in this room is a big Back to the Future fan? Come on, if you're a big Back to the Future fan, put your hand up. Stick your hand up. Yes, you can admit to it. If you're a big Back to the Future fan. Oh, Alec will get the DeLorean. All right. You got Doc over here. So we were supposed to host ATIA back in like 2 years ago. But of course, there was that little thing that shut down the world. We bought, and I'm not going to tell you how many of these things we bought to help remind people to come to the convention. So we still have a box of them in the office. So we thought we would share them with our folk for our fans Back to the Future here. If you really, really want one, just let me know and we'll get you one. We have a Doc, we have a DeLorean, and we have a Marty. Thank you. So that's my pitch. And I'm hoping that will help you make your decision to come to Sitka for next year. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lori, and to the community of Sitka for your forethought and planning thus far. Do we have a motion to vote for Sitka for the 2023 annual meeting? I'm gonna go with Zach on that one for the second. Sorry, Casey. So motion by Jan, second by Zach. Should we take a proper vote? All in favor? Aye. Very good. Okay, business item 8 is consideration and adoption of the proposed constitutional convention opposition resolution. We don't have a number yet. Yeah. Motion by Alex, second by Dennis. Any discussion?
And Madam President, as a membership meeting, discussion could be taken from the floor. Just want to make sure the membership understands that they can comment, wave their hands and shout yay as was all along the way today.
Any further comments or discussions from the room? Grant?
I'll get them.
Hello, Grant Echohawk, and I'm speaking only for myself, no other organizations or entities. And I just want to say I support the adoption of this resolution. Yeah, so that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Any other folks from the membership in the room that would like to speak to this item? No. Okay. Board will have a vote. All in favor? Resolution passes. Okay. Now on to member instructions to the board. This is the time when the group in the room, I don't think we don't have anybody online, do we, Robert? For,
Is. Okay, so may I? Madam
you
President?
may.
So if there's anyone online that wants to make a comment, they can certainly type it in and we'll convey that to the board. This is the time, and go ahead and throw that. This is the time where anything that's on your mind can be put on the record. It may or may not be adopted as formal work product, but last year, the membership wanted to see a focus on some some transportation planning. And so I don't know if this, is this in the minutes in the packet, or is this just we can make this available? Okay. Yeah, well, we got it on the screen right now. So I just want to give you an example of some, oh, this, okay, there's some copies of it. So if you want this, a copy of this, Mr. Bowling put this together and did much of the work throughout the year. I just want to show you an example of some of the activities and the follow-up from member comments. If I can just take just a moment. The resolution asks for some planning activities. And so you can see scrolling down, you can see some of the different participations that staff worked on behalf of the region, working through statewide planning processes. One of the things I was very proud of, John contacted every single community and tribe that he could get in touch with throughout the region to really help them get ready for the community transportation project nominations, which were uncertain at the time. And because that program hadn't been funded much at all, maybe once in the last 9 years. Well, there's a historic funding that's available. It was announced last week. Our communities are much better prepared to respond to that because of the work that Southeast Conference and Mr. Bowling did. So these are just, I wanted to put this up there to show the responsiveness. And so with that, if you want hard copies of that, we've got a few of those, but this is just the time where if they want to say something simple, something complex, that the members can put that on the record, and we'll certainly work towards resolving that or responding to that in the weeks ahead. So thank you. And I've got the mic for anybody that wants to.
Thank you,
comment.
Robert. Is there anyone in the room that would like to provide any direction or feedback to the Southeast Conference Board?
Hi, good morning. I'm Rachel Roy. I'm the director at Sitka Chamber and Visit Sitka. Great job, Laurie, on that presentation. And thank you to Southeast Conference for selecting Sitka. A couple things, right, just real quick before I go to the item I wanted to bring up, is just I encourage you to come early to Sitka. Sitka will still have lots of attractions open, and also our hiking trails. We're extending our entire road system. We'll have access on a trail system. So if you hike, that's a great thing. We have rentals of electric bikes, which is a really fun way to get around our 14 miles of road. And of course, all of the wildlife tours and fishing is still happening during this week. So come over the weekend and bring your spouses because it's a whole lot of fun. So I wanted to just highlight the Sitka Chamber has been in a workforce development initiative over the last year, and we brought all of our employers together from different sectors in our community, and we said, what are your biggest workforce challenges and what can we be doing to help facilitate that? The three themes that came out of every single one of our entities and out of those roundtables is that we are having challenges with workforce housing. And I think housing, and we've heard a lot about it, but I think workforce housing is unique and it has a unique set of challenges. It also has resistance because it has more people living together in a smaller space, and maybe someone with a larger lot doesn't like that. And so looking at developing neighborhoods, how can we be doing this as a region? And I think looking to other communities and sharing. So I'd love to see Southeast Conference continue that conversation. Training, workforce training, being relevant. And we've been working with the university. They partnered on those roundtables. So I'm loving that we're getting those conversations, but what are the jobs that we need filled in our communities and how are we getting them educated to do that? And how could we partner as a region on things like CDL training that we have to go to Anchorage to get a CDL right now? How can we be partnering to try to push to get the right kind of certifications and things in our communities? And the third thing is childcare. And so you wouldn't think that we would be in this, but we are. And honestly, let's keep working on those 3 issues. So I just wanted to bring those up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel.
Hi, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Corey. I'm from SICA. I do a lot of conferences, like, I don't know, just a lot of conferences. Casey, I see her every week. It's kind of crazy. I really would like to suggest to the board that we form an event committee so that we can get together. We really don't need one for SICA, to be honest. These 2 will take care of it and we'll be fine. We don't really have to worry about anything. But I know that a lot of it falls to Robert and the staff. And I think that if we had an event committee, we could help with a lot of the little details leading up to these different events. And because some of us do attend a lot of these, it's kind of easy for us because we've done it a lot. So anyways, it's just a suggestion. And if you guys would like me to take the lead on that, I'd be happy to do so. So I'm just making an offer.
I think that offer was accepted. President Peterson's next.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I just want to thank Southeast Conference for an amazing conference. I don't know if it was just after the pandemic and coming back together, but I thought this was one of the better ones that I've been involved in many years, and I used to be on the board. I feel like it'd be remiss if I didn't say this. I've been involved with Southeast Conference for over 20 years. And I think the leadership that Robert Venables brings to the table has moved this organization forward in a way I've never seen. One where we're seeing more collaboration in our communities, our tribes, our municipalities, industry. And this is the direction that I really think we have to go. And in my opening comments, I talked the other day about, I'm really stressed out over the idea of where our ferry system is right now. And I think that needs to be a re-emphasized priority. I know it's a priority of Southeast Conference. But again, when we're all working together, I think we can make, ferries move. Also wanted to say there is a CDL course in Juneau now. The tribe has a vocational center, and there's this really horrible misconception that only tribal citizens can take advantage of that. I've literally sat on Alaska Airlines flying up to Anchorage next to people going to take a CDL course, angry because they have to leave Southeast. And I'm like, you don't.
Mayor Smith.
Good morning. Delaware. Hi, and how are you? I'd like to thank Southeast Conference and Robert for the invitation to join you folks this round, and I look forward to coming to the next one. It's been a little while since Metlakatla's been here, but I think it's been a while since we all been here, and I think that it's good to see everybody back together again. I definitely felt like it was very valuable for me to be here. I've made a lot of good contacts, and that's a big part of it. I also would like to echo what was just said about the ferry system. It's a vital part of keeping us all together, and together we're much stronger than we are alone. So with that, Metlakatla is looking to be a good partner in the region, and I think that there's a lot of opportunities there for us to help each and one another out. There's also misunderstanding that it's been out there that you can't come to Metlakatla to visit. That's not a thing. You guys are all welcome to come at any time, and bring some money. We do have a casino. and the general fund thanks you ahead of time for coming. But yeah, please, more than welcome to come to Metlakatla, check it out. Once again, Metlakatla is looking to be good partners of the region. And I have some cards here, so if you guys would like to come grab a card, please stop over or raise your hand and I'll drop one off. So thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Is there anybody else that would like to address the board?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kale Juice. I'm from Heidelberg, and I wanted to let you know that the rural communities especially have to gather together and figure out how to utilize this entity in a better way. It's been done in the past, I know, because we've done it. There's partners in the room that have worked, but we need to collect ourselves, gather ourselves, and make ourselves more user-friendly to the crowd, because there's a lot of people in here I don't know, and I may never meet them or see them again in my walk of life for the whole year. So what I'm trying to do for this entity and for our rural communities, for our Alaska Native rural communities, is to collect ourselves. And next year, my hope and my prayer is that we come back to you with our priorities and what we support as a priority, because you're like a little machine. You work so well, but we need to organize ourselves and to empower collectively and I want you to sign up with me if you want, because in October, we're going to try to collect ourselves and create that idea, those priorities, and bring it. Please don't forget us. That's all I'm asking. And I know that it's in the past and in this last couple of years, it's been very divisive, just so much negativity. We're here, we've been here, we're going to stay here. We live in our communities and we're very proud. And I think tourism is coming. There's so many issues, so many issues, the mariculture, but communicating and sharing those ideas is immensely important. So give us the benefit of the doubt. We're the most amazing, kind, humble people in the world. So like the mayor says from Metlakatla, check it out. Go, if you haven't been there, go there. I come from Heidelberg, another very, very, very community people are oftentimes scared to go into. And I tell them it's a secret. We're the kindest people in the world, but don't tell anybody. But anyway, I just want to say that because I want to feel the same warmth that you have for each other. We feel that way. I've just got done talking to Metlakatla, to Kassan, to Craig, to Heidelberg, to our leadership in Heidelberg. I want to feel that same way towards you all. Not that we're separate people. We have pride in our community as well. And we're needing that opportunity. So I'm asking you, because you're a powerful bunch. We'll be back next year collectively, I hope, and carrying our voice. So thank you for your hard work. It's a thankless job. I know that. So community service is tough. So how did you good people?
Thank you. Oh, Gloria.
This is, I guess, just a housing plug. One of the things that Southeast Conference could consider doing is really talking and helping the conversation with Alaska Finance Corp and just those entities to really make sure that project-based vouchers always come out every year. Because if there's a special kind of situation where they only put them out every once in a while. And if you want to have a successful LIHTC project, which builds housing in your community, you need to know that that particular voucher comes out and is available every year, right? So we could all be building housing projects in all of our communities if we always knew that they were putting out project-based vouchers, because then, it wouldn't matter the income, it's 30%. And you would just be able to start creating, I think, in our region, sustainable housing that would also be workforce housing. And so I think that's a major hurdle. I think also, if we're looking at like the LIHTC program, the state talking to people and encouraging that we have a higher LIHTC that we can apply for. It's very strange. We do LIHTC in a different way than most other states do, which is that it's a lower amount that you can apply for when banks want to invest in a higher tax credit. So why we have a lower threshold of tax credits you can go for when 16 is like the lowest a bank wants to invest in for a LIHTC. So like if we're talking about some of those things, I think there are some changes that we could be asking collectively of our legislature to make sure that it's easier to build and be able to have it be successful. And I think that would kind of help all of our communities and really get a pressure because they don't give a lot of LIHTC to Southeast Alaska. The focus is Anchorage. And then now the focus may be Fairbanks. And, you know, we really need that housing in Southeast right away. And so we need those LIHTC changes because we're just not going to be able to finance them without them. So I say, you know, practical solutions for that.
Thank you. And any of that you have written up, just give to us, would be helpful.
Thank you, everyone. I have been a part of Southeast Conference since January, and I just got back from a 2-month vacation in my home country of Mongolia after being away for 10 years. And it's so nice to be part of this conference and see all the beautiful work being done here in Alaska. And I would love to bring the similar work and partnership to Mongolia because I see a lot of great work and a lot of your hearts put into this work. And I want to ask again, all of you, again, still the rural communities or any community could use better healthcare and better food for their health. And let's rely on the wisdom of the Native Alaskans over thousands of years. They've figured out what's best to eat in this area and what's best to use. And another thing I want to highlight is the waste stream. Robert assigned me to a project of wastewater treatment plant in Juneau, and I was astounded with the numbers and the expense we occur in just dealing with our poo, basically. So yeah, it's if Juneau is in that situation, I can't imagine how worse it is in rural communities. So these are not waste, these are available energy and resources. Can we change our mind on waste stream? And that's one thing I really like in Mongolia, in Mongolian farming is that it's classical, there's no waste. Even the poo become the insulation for the cattle in the winter, or the way that we smoke our meat is with dung, the dried poo. So I want to rely on those wisdom of the Native Alaskans, and I want to see more care and more care towards the health of the people and reusing the waste stream. Thank you for all your beautiful work and hard work. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Stephen Bradford, and I've been asked by the folks out at the mill at Ward Cove, otherwise known as the new Ward Cove Dock, to extend an invitation to you all to come out and see the facility, take a tour of the Welcome Center and the dock. The Norwegian Bliss is there right now, but leaves about 1:15, so you won't get to see it with a ship at the dock. But you are welcome to come out, and the mill is going to arrange transportation for you out there and back. But to accomplish that, we will need to know about how many people we need to plan for. So I'll have the folks at the front desk have a sign-up sheet, and if you could sign up during the break, that would be helpful so we know what kind of buses we might need. And if it doesn't work out for you today, you're welcome anytime. You don't have to be on a cruise ship to stop in at the mill at Ward Cove. So thank you.
One more.
Hey, good morning. My name's Don Nickerson. I'm the mayor of the city of Cloac. It's an honor to be here and thank you Southeast Conference, for allowing us to be here and welcoming us. I met a lot of great people here. And with, generating ideas, it's really beneficial, especially to small rural Alaska. Our community is 900 people. And as you all know, we are getting into the tourism industry next year, and we do have a lot of work to do. We are working with Icy Strait Point, and it's kind of exciting. I know we have a lot to do. We have a lot of skilled artisans, whether it be native or non-native. We have a lot of talent in our community, and we're looking forward to sharing that wealth to the outside world. There's been a lot of talk here, about transportation, economic development, training, education. Our biggest challenge we have in our community is inflation. Inflation hits us pretty darn hard. When fuel goes up, barge costs go up. When barge costs go up, everything goes up. Our groceries, our hardware store, our fuel, our heating fuel. And even though we are on a grid with a hydro plant, it still is a high cost to live in rural Alaska. And I'm bringing that to your attention because my concern is our elders. I hadn't heard any discussion of our elders. They are our treasures, and they are on limited and fixed income. And it's very challenging for them to live paycheck to paycheck. In the small community, we do a lot to help them. We go out and harvest food, for our senior center. We make sure they have the seafood that they need. But I'm hoping, we can, generate some ideas and help them with these inflation costs. Because, it's such a challenge for them every month, wondering if they're going to make it to the first of the month, for their retirement. So again, it's very awesome to be here. We made it through COVID. I think everybody deserves a hand. It's been quite the challenge with COVID, and I'm really glad to be here. I've learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to next year in Sitka. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments from the membership in the room? Okay, moving on to announcements. Information. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'll go away. So I've been poking around here southeast for a little while here these last couple of years. Name's Jonathan Rubo. I did jump on board with you all here. So I'm with Totemic Solutions, and we do food waste consolidation and solid waste reduction. And the target we've been looking at recently, after doing some feasibility studies here in Southeast, is exactly what you guys are talking about, and that is trying to reduce your costs in backhaul and starting to really put a pad in some of that, those initial costs in shipping. And then, of course, repurposing a lot of that waste stream as a resource, both in food security and additional revenue streams. So it's pretty cool. It's very exciting. We're excited. Every conversation is just that we just see a lot of opportunity in every community, and still a lot to learn. Every time I go out to educate, I end up being the person who's being educated and learning about your communities, about what you guys are dealing with. And it is serious issues. And the costs are crazy. And what you guys are spending is absolutely, it's unnecessary. The equipment is out there. We are providers. We do have equipment. We have the ability to actually do help. I'm going through some, anyway, doesn't matter. But so I just wanted to let you know that we are here. And it is an option, and you guys in this pool of economic development, all these things you're talking about, you should look at this as low-hanging fruit. That's the word that I got in the last couple of days, that this is easy. This is a way to really reduce your costs and also repurpose this for some other, anyway, but just wanted to say hi, and I'll be poking around. So that's what we're up to. So thanks, Robert.
And he's our newest member at Southeast Conference as well. So welcome.
Okay, for information and announcements, we have the date set for the mid-session summit, the 2023 mid-session summit in Juneau. These have been set for January 31st to February 2nd. Location exactly?
It's always with our partner host at the Elizabeth Paradovich Hall on the Willoughby District. So thank you, Clinton Heights Central Council, for being our host. We will look forward to being there.
Perfect. Thanks, Robert. We hope to see many of you there as well. On to membership remarks.
No, that's what we just did.
No, board remarks then. It should
Yes.
probably be board remarks. Yeah?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my error on the, that's what you read exactly what it was said on there, but no, we just did member remarks. So
Okay.
sorry.
So we'll just go around. Marcos, we'll start with you.
Well, it's been so terrific to see everybody together like this. What a group. And first, I want to say thank you to everybody that came and contributed to the scholarship fund last night. That was it was really exceptional. Do we have a final number on that?
Historic. We have preliminary results that we added together with all the different components of the income that came in. So I can drag this on while Sarah gets her totals together and make it sound like it's just me that's blathering, but okay, we're doing the math. Calculators are going, the fingers are flying.
She pulled out her abacus.
Drum roll.
Did you know she had an abacus? I didn't know she had an abacus.
And the tickets are in and the number is?
About $39,000.
Oh. Wow.
Amazing. That I am certain that is the most that we've raised for
Without a
this
doubt.
scholarship endowment. at any
That's
meeting.
almost matches any 2-year total.
So thank you all for your generosity. It is really, and it is for the students and for the university. It is terrific. So thank you.
Well, this has been a good one. It's been, I love listening to the economic reports. For a while there, it was kind of Milani going up there with her head down saying, well, you're really not going to want to hear this, but here it comes. And everything seems to be on the upswing now. So hopefully the secular thing that we go through in Alaska, well, it has a lot of years to go up, before we went into another one of these crazy things. But I've been in a lot of Southeast Conference meetings, and this has been one of the better ones. The attitude is good. I haven't seen any infighting or some of the drama that usually goes on around these kind of things when we all get together, getting ready for winter. You got to get the drama going. But and anybody that lives in a small village or town knows exactly what I'm talking about. But it's been great. I've seen a lot of people in here that I haven't seen for years. It's really been fun to get together with everybody. I got into this business when I was one of the younger people around, and now me and one other person are probably the older people around right now on the board. So my older sister. But anyway, guys, thanks for coming. It's been great. And I think it's going to get better from now on. We got some really good stuff ahead of us.
Yeah, we do have a lot of stuff ahead of us right now. I'm super excited about the Mariculture grant. I think that this is a really a massive opportunity and probably the biggest, certainly about the biggest thing I expect to see, right? For this industry to get us off the ground. And one of the things I'm most excited about it is, having with my wife running her oyster farm and learning more about what it takes to get that going. And then just kind of thinking about how this might play out for our region. I don't think we can be successful unless we have rural communities, unless we're successful in rural communities in building out this industry. And for me, that's really the core of my excitement in this, because, our smallest communities, I think, just play such a massive role in the identity of the region, and really, kind of allow us to to be who we say we are. And so I'm excited about that part of this project, and I really hope that we can make that happen.
It's been so fun and just enlightening to be a part of the board and to be a part of these conferences. I think we get stuck sometimes in our own little lanes of, whatever sector we're in, with the visitor industry to fisheries, and really I was sitting here and I don't know, Robert, maybe you can confirm this, but there's got to really not be anything quite like this in the nation, really. I'm sure there's little regional pockets that get together, but it truly makes it a family, and all of it is connected. I was born and raised in Southeast Alaska myself, and go back a few generations, and it instills a great amount of pride to come to something like this. In my role on the board, I've been able to see or hear about where we've been in the past, and just the really solid footing that we have right now. And that's exciting, and also a great tribute to a lot of people that are here. So onward to a really bright future.
So I'm going to echo Alex's words, and I look forward to working more with the rural communities, coming from a small location myself that can't host a large event like this. There is stuff in the wheelhouse to get rural communities more involved. And so we look forward to reaching out and kind of making those plans come to fruition. And so that's something in the future, but I'll hold off until they're more solid. And then beyond that, it was said that it's a thankless job up here. And I have to say that from my position on the board, really all the thanks should go to the staff of Southeast Conference. They are really the ones, the powerhouse behind this event coming together. We just get to sit up here. Well, they really do the things behind the scenes. And so I just want to extend a huge appreciation for our staff and the team that Robert has built over the years. I look forward to the future, and I have to do this pitch. Sarah told me to make sure you knew these backpacks were the way to go.
So good.
So good. And so I just appreciate everyone here. I am so enthusiastic to see the number of people that are here in Ketchikan for the first time, Southeast for the first time, and Alaska for the first time. I hope we made you fall in love with the area and the region and our commitment to making this place better. And I look forward to being a part of it and having everyone else be a part of it too.
It's hard to follow that up, but I would just like to say, I've been now in the region for 10 years on the board this is my coming into my 6th year. And I feel like every single year, Robert, you outdo yourself. It's the best ever, and yeah, it's always amazing. And from the perspective, and I'm a little biased because Southeast is my region, but I can tell you that having gone to many, many conferences, I am always exhausted and in awe of the incredible groups of people that you're able to bring together to collaborate. And I'm in awe of all of you. Coming together year after year and creating such substance. It doesn't happen without the engagement of our communities. It doesn't happen without the engagement of our industries. And hats off to you, Robert, but then also hats off to each and every one of you for being here and for being engaged. It's just an incredible thing. So, and before I hand this off, I also would like to recognize Meilani. Year after year, we are just blessed with your knowledge. You are an incredible way to open our conference every year. You set the tone. I told you this earlier. You always set the tone for what we're to expect over the course of the 3 days that we're together. And we really are just, thank you so much for being here and for being a part of it. So thank you all. I'm looking forward to seeing you all in Mid-Session Summit and hopefully also at Sitka while Rachel shows us her incredible community again. So thank you.
So I want to start out by saying thank you for the vote of confidence and the privilege it is to be sitting up here today with this amazing group of people. Also, thank you for those of you who encouraged me to seek out this opportunity. I have been sitting here for the last couple of days, just observing and having the privilege of meeting a lot of you. After having grown up in this region and then found myself spending 20 years in Anchorage, having conversations about Alaska, with me being the person at the table saying, but what about Southeast? Or this wouldn't necessarily work in Southeast. I feel like these are my people. It's been so much fun sitting in this room and just feeling this warm welcome home. I feel like this is now my opportunity to take all of the passion that I have for this region and be able to help move this region forward. So thank you very much for letting me have the opportunity to be a part of the conversation.
Thank you. Again, Katie Kester from Juneau. I just want to say how humbled and honored I am to join the Southeast Conference family. It truly is a family, as Robert says. And these last few days have really demonstrated how powerful we are together. And I really look forward to working with each and every one of you to advance our region. So thank you for the warm welcome and hospitality. And we're going to do great things together.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. It's hard to be the last one in the line. So I'll say ditto, 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 all the way down the line to everyone. And I am going to talk with the gentleman that referred to me as his older sister as soon as we're done here. So the attitude and the tone of this meeting might change drastically. But I will say, I could be the oldest person in this room because that happens to me now. And I'll just share, I'm so looking forward to working with our new board members. I don't even think I've formally introduced myself to some of you, but I will. And it has just been great to be together. I think that's what happened here. I think we could have just put sack lunches on the table and we would have all still had as much fun as we've had these last few days, because we've been able to hang out together, reconnect with our friends and our colleagues and people that we haven't seen in a couple of years. And some of us live pretty close to one another, and we just finally are getting back together. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. I appreciate all the ideas that we got today from membership. I think that that gives us some guidance as we put our heads together over the next several months. I'm excited to be back in Juneau for Mid-Session Summit in January, and always love going to Sitka. And as long as I'm involved with Southeast Conference, you need to know that you may get invited to come back to Haines again, because we like to throw parties. And we can work to make sure we can accommodate this growing group, because I think this had to have been one of the bigger registrations and attendance that we've had at Southeast Conference, which plays into why we did so good with our scholarship auction last night. And I don't think any of my nieces and nephews that are actually right now attending UAS have ever applied for a Southeast Conference scholarship, but I thank you on behalf of all the kids that do. This is an incredible amount. I texted my sister last night and she couldn't believe it. So continue having fun the rest of the day. And again, thank you very much for everything and for all your support. This is one of my favorite boards, and the board knows that I go through separation anxiety if I don't think I'm going to be on this board. So if you see me freaking out, my term is close to ending. So Gunners Cheesh, and look forward to seeing you all in January.
I don't know what I could possibly say that this group didn't already say. But it's been a great honor and a privilege to be on this board thus far. And I'm always blown away and impressed whenever the membership gets together for annual meetings, whenever we're able to gather to see that collaboration, to see that exchange of ideas, and how we are so very much alike in this region, despite the vast distances, despite all of the water that separates us. We have so much to come together about and to celebrate, to move ourselves forward. So I'm very honored to be a part of that here on the board and now as president for the next year. It was a tremendous conference. I can't believe that Order of Sunshine actually worked out this time. Thank you very much to our mayors for ordering that up. It's super appreciated. And thanks to all of you for coming. This was just an absolutely tremendously successful conference. I was very worried that due to our lack of temporary housing in Ketchikan, even in hotels, that we'd have no place for anyone to stay. Yet I haven't heard of anybody couch surfing for the week. So we delivered on that front as well. So thank you all very, very much again for visiting my community and for participating in what has been an amazing conference and a very, very lucrative one for our scholarship fund. So
Actually, you've underestimated yourself once again. We have a late breaking announcement.
So we've got to take this to the next level. So Sitka is going to donate $1,000 to push that scholarship out to 40,000.
that's a new benchmark. That's a high
Gotta
water
love
mark.
Southeast Conference.
Yeah.
And Madam President, we do have one challenge. We have to have a break. When we say take 5, we mean take 5. Mr. Begich is here. He was participating and contributing last night during our auction and banquet. Governor Palin is already online, so we want to get things rolling. So as soon as you take your motion to adjourn, if folks
Yep.
can do what they need to do, but get back and be as quiet as we can, we'll be ready.
All right. Thank you all.
You second that? Okay. How about now? Now? Maybe a little higher? I can't hear myself. Oh, now I can start hearing myself. And we'll just keep going higher and higher and higher until we get your attention and get folks to go ahead and settle down. It's 9:30. If the governor's online, let's go ahead and throw her up there. And invite Mr. Beggett. There she is. Welcome. We're getting ourselves into order, which for Southeast Alaskans sometimes is a process, not an event, ma'am. So give me just a minute here and we'll be underway. If you absolutely cannot stop that conversation, take it outside behind the doors that will close behind you. So we'll get the folks in the corner, you're getting that coffee there. There we go. It's getting a little bit better. Mr. Bynum. Oh, I was making sure the audio was working over there. You can see us and you can hear us better than we can hear you. Okay, great. I always pick on somebody. Next one's going to be Juliana. And then our newest board member in the back, folks behind her. There we go. We're getting it. We're getting it. Okay. All right. And if, well, there's one more. Brian Holst, good morning. Good to see you, sir. All right. Yeah, this is the time to be seen and not heard. We've got two very special guests with us today, and I'm going to go ahead and take my seat and we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning. Okay, audio check here. Okay, we're on here. Mr. Beggett, you want to do an audio check there?
Audio check.
All right, Governor Palin, can you hear us well?
I can hear you. This is Sarah Palin.
All right, excellent. And you can see us okay?
I can. Yes, thanks.
All right. Well, welcome and good morning. As you notice, Mary Peltola is not here. She got called away to the House floor. So she will not be participating in the candidates forum. She hopes to be able to beam in as a representative for just a couple moments around 12:15. So we'll be able to hear her. She sends her regrets to not be able to be engaging in the conversation of these issues that are very near and dear to each of you. I want to thank both the candidates for being here. You both are engaged in public service and have a long list of accomplishments, and we thank you for all you've done for Alaska and for participating in this annual meeting that has been well attended both here in the room and online. We do have media present and we look forward to interacting with you both over the next hour. We've asked those that are gathered here to forward questions. We've got a few that are already on the cards that I have in front of me. They will be filled out by the audience, and we have runners that are going to be, Sarah's got duty today. So as you have one, raise that and she will bring that forward to me and we will ask them for as long as time allows. Each candidate will be provided an opening statement for up to 3 minutes, and we will do that in alphabetical order. And then we'll rotate the order of response throughout the next hour for Q&A. We've asked each candidate to limit their answers to 1 minute. Their depth of understanding could probably go on and on and on and on. The real skill set is delivering that message in 60 seconds. So they'll be their pop quiz test. There'll be some flexibility if we need to for clarification. We'll also allow time at the end of the hour for closing statements in the opposite order as well. So we've got a timer that is in front. Robin, can you, Mr. Vegas, you can see that? Governor Palin, can you see the timer there?
Yes.
Excellent.
Perfectly.
All right, so we will go from there and just thank you. So opening statements alphabetically, Mr. Beggett, you have the floor. Thank you and welcome.
Well, thank you for hosting this event. It's great to be back in Ketchikan. I've been down here several times during this campaign. Southeast Alaska is a very special place. For me, it's a very special place for Alaska. And I tell folks all over the state, I sort of evangelize you. right? Because if you don't have an opportunity to be in Southeast, you don't have an opportunity to represent Southeast and understand all the various opportunities that there are down here, whether that be mining or fishing or tourism or timber. Southeast Alaska provides a tremendous source of wealth and opportunity for the entire state of Alaska. My name is Nick Begich III. I am one of those Begiches, as you would probably guess. I'm from the state of Alaska, but grew up down in Florida with my grandparents on my mom's side. And my parents split up when I was at a very young age, and I was raised down there, raised Republican, and we ended up going to Baylor University. Got a degree in business with a focus in entrepreneurship. Worked for a little while as an investor relations analyst for a publicly traded company. I was an interface between executive management and Wall Street analysts that covered the company. And as I like to say, I thought I was doing pretty good. I was about 21, and I asked my girlfriend's dad if we'd get married. He said no. He said, "You're going to have to get a master's degree if you want to marry my daughter." So, I was committed to marrying her, so I went back and got my MBA, and we are married, and have been married for about 19 years. We have one son, Nicholas. I told my wife, I said, "Look, only one request before we get married. If we ever have a son, his first name's Nicholas, you can name all the other kids." And we just had one son. So I'm a business owner. I've been involved in the technology industry for the last 20 years. I own a software development company. We are global in scope. We help predominantly startups. So I have a really strong place in my heart for early stage companies and new business creation. I believe that the resiliency of Southeast has demonstrated that the people of Southeast Alaska have the ability to pivot and to create new industries where no industries were there previously. I'm excited about the opportunities that you provide to the state, and I look forward to being an evangelist for you, not just through Alaska, but down in DC. Thank you.
Governor Palin.
Thank you so much. And I too appreciate and thank you for hosting this. And I'm glad that you have so many participants. That's very encouraging. I first got involved in politics over 30 years ago. Started out PTA, PTO in my hometown of Wasilla, and then I've been a city council member for 2 terms, a mayor for 2 terms. In Wasilla, it's a strong mayor form of government, so you're actually the city manager, and then chairman of our Alaska Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, regulating oil and gas, and then governor, and then the first female nominee for the GOP ticket, vice presidential seat. And my roots are in Southeast Alaska. My first 5 years, so foundational. My first 5 years were spent in Skagway. My parents moved up to teach school and to coach. And my dad, in the summer times, he worked on the railroad. We love visiting friends still in Southeast Alaska all these years later. My house is in Skagway is on the National Historical List. You know, it's got that cool plaque in front, and I've done the Skagway to White Horse relay a couple of times, and each time I go back and get to, recall a lot of those great memories in Skagway and riding the ferries and riding the railroad, and that foundation has really allowed a great perspective on what it takes to fund and to produce well with the railroad, with the all of our maritime vessels, all of the ferries that you are so reliant on there. And I'm just really thankful for that foundation. I've raised my kids, all 5 of them, and my kids, like many of you, my kids are my world, raised them all here in Alaska. And I'm running for our children, all of our children, for the future of Alaska, the future of America. It's time that Alaska come into her own, where we have primacy. We're allowed to develop our God-given resources in order to secure and make sovereign our state, but also the nation. The nation will be looking to Alaska, knowing that we are the Fort Knox of this country. We have the mining, we have the timber, we have the fisheries, we have the oil and the gas and the rare earths and all that. We just need that allowance. We need a fighter to fight for that allowance to responsibly and ethically develop those resources. The country will be relying on Alaska. So we have to make sure that we do it right. And Alaskans do it right. It was an honor to be the governor of this state. And, you know, I would really like to work for Alaska in Congress.
Thank you so much. And we'll stay with you for the first question. Ferries were first for Southeast Conference in 1958 when we were formed, and it's a passion of ours. It's part of the fabric at every level in our region, as you both know. However, there's one-time federal funds available currently for the ferry system. It's kind of a twofold question. Would you advocate for continued federal funding for marine transportation and to help focus the federal agencies to deliver program funding as intended, and maybe how you would make sure that happens? But if you could speak to your prioritization of federal funding and support for marine transportation, please, Governor Palin.
I will support continued federal funding for the marine transportation, for that marine highway. Again, there's a soft spot personally for me with this issue, but even more importantly, government's role should be very, very basic. It's pretty simple what government is in place for. Federal government is to protect our individual rights and is for national security. States should have more say in what it is that they do, what it is that they do with federal funds that are passed through. Pass-through funds that come to Alaska, yes, a priority will be to make sure that the marine transportation system is up and running efficiently and effectively. Government should be about infrastructure, roads, water, sewer. That's what I did as the manager of this city for many years. That's what I was known for, is prioritizing that, and the marine highway fits right in there. I absolutely am convinced that the private sector can do everything else right, but government, roads, water, sewer, and marine transportation is a road.
Thank you, Mr. Begich.
Well, I'm a very strong supporter of the Alaska Marine Highway System as a mechanism for connecting the communities of coastal Alaska generally, and specifically Southeast Alaska coastal communities. It is a highway. And I was the co-chair for Don Young's 2020 campaign, and it was something that he reemphasized, not just here in Southeast, but throughout the state, that the Alaska Marine Highway System is a marine highway and should be funded in a manner consistent with that. I believe that in order to ensure that the marine highway system is adequately financed and funded, we need to make sure that it's a permanent part of the way that our highway funding formula is managed and maintained at the federal level. And should I be elected, I will work to ensure that that is the case.
Thank you. And staying with you for the next question. Our tribal partners bring substantial value to our economy and have a very special government-to-government relationship at the federal level. How would you strengthen those opportunities and partnerships?
Well, last night I was encouraged to see that Hoonah was the community of the year in Southeast Alaska. And I think that what has happened in Hoonah can happen and is happening throughout Southeast Alaska. And that's a tribal relationship that is a government to government relationship, and a great example of a public-private partnership that has advanced the interests of Southeast Alaska. I think that we are blessed with the unique opportunity in the state to have so many strong tribal governments and organizations here. And we should absolutely be taking advantage of that special status. That special status provides us with accelerated access to development projects through accelerated permitting and additional financing vehicles that are available through the federal government. I think that is an untapped resource that we need to continue to work on developing, and it will help us to develop the full economic potential of the state.
Thank you. Governor Palin.
Yes, strengthening the opportunities and the partnerships with the Alaska Native tribal nations. That's very important to me. We do that by listening and engaging in regular and meaningful dialogue. We have to ensure that they're proactively a part of the process, to have that voice. Federal policies especially, they have tribal implications. Another aspect of this that's near and dear to my heart is being a strong part of Bristol Bay all these years. My kids are Yupik, Esmo of the Chugiyung tribe, and that part of them that is native, it always is reminding me how unique Alaska is because of the activities and the involvement of the indigenous people. We should all be so proud of that. And we should never discourage it. So yes, encouraging opportunities and partnerships, very important. We have to listen, we have to engage in the regular and meaningful dialogue.
Thank you. And staying with you, Governor Palin, the potential value of minerals in Southeast Alaska here in the Tongass have been estimated at over $1 billion. How should the federal government prioritize mapping these out and creating an inventory for these deposits?
Oh, that's a great question because ethical and responsible, safe, healthy development of our natural resources, that's my top priority for the state of Alaska. If I'm in Congress, that's what I'm going to be fighting for because it's the future of Alaska to make sure that we're able to map out and to develop. And yeah, the billion-dollar industry that we have here and the potential for so much more. In fact, I beg to differ that it is only $1 billion. The federal government needs to get out of the way though, and let Alaskans do what we do best. And that's manage our own resources and follow our state constitution that says it's the people who own the resources underground. Okay, it's oil companies, mining companies. They have the right to develop, but it's the people of Alaska. So we need to pay attention to what goes on with our resources. My concern about getting the federal government involved is that, well, it's eventually going to be used against us as an excuse to deny Alaska access to our resources. So we have to be very cognizant of that the federal government needs less say than the state.
Thank you, Mr. Begich.
Well, I would challenge the assumption that it's only $1 billion in the Tongass. $1 billion in mineral resources is actually a really small estimate. And I think part of the reason that they've estimated it at $1 billion is because they haven't done that inventory. I think the federal government has a responsibility to determine what is the asset value of the lands that they are presently holding, and to catalog what is there, right? I mean, we have nearly 50 of the 50 critical minerals on the critical minerals list in Alaska. We have rare earths down here in Southeast Alaska. And we probably have substantial deposits of those critical minerals and rare earths in addition to base metals and precious metals in the Tongass. And it's important for the federal government to understand what that inventory is. I think that the federal government has a responsibility to catalog and inventory those assets and ensure that we have the ability to responsibly develop those assets here in the state of Alaska.
Thank you. Is the U.S. national debt a problem to be addressed and prioritized? And if so, how would you address it?
That's a huge problem. That is a huge problem. It's something I've talked about through the entire campaign ever since I got into this race in October of last year. The federal debt represents a major threat to the reserve currency status of the United States dollar. And what we've seen now is a $30 trillion and growing national debt that has been enabled through a profligate Congress, a Congress that continues to spend without any seeming constraint, and a Congress that seems to be disconnected from the fundamentals of economics. In the last 2 to 3 years, we've printed about $4 trillion of new money that has been printed by the Federal Reserve Bank. They've shot that money through the economy, and as a result, we're suffering from near record high inflation, 40-year high inflation, the highest food inflation since 1979 as of 2 days ago. And so we absolutely have a responsibility as a Congress to manage our fiscal picture in a responsible way. That is not being done, and it is something that I will work strongly to do in the Congress.
Thank you. Governor Palin.
That is a great question because yes, our national debt and deficit spending, that's like the biggest problem. Remember, so many people, we used to follow that debt clock, right? That was always clicking, clicking, clicking every time that Congress would spend another dollar that America doesn't have. And they print money out of nowhere with their quantitative easing practices and their fake debt ceiling that they just keep raising and raising. So it's frustrating to even hear Congress talk about a debt ceiling. We used to pay more attention to this. I still pay attention to this. That's why we need a common sense constitutional conservative in Congress to remind them, okay, we will hold purse strings for this nation. It's up to us to quit getting this nation further and further in debt. You know, we don't even know what the debt is. People say today, oh, it's $23 trillion. But then we also hear, no, because of unfunded mandates and obligations in the future, it's probably closer to $100 trillion. We don't have the money and we're going to be owned by China if we don't change that up soon. It's got to be Congress that changes it up.
Thank you. And staying with you, the next question is fisheries related. And it seems that international fisheries management issues have left Alaskans feeling kind of at the short end of the harvest. What would you do to ensure Alaskan fisheries have its fair share?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. Alaskans do feel that we get the short end of the harvest. I was a commercial fisherman in Bristol Bay for many, many years, a set netter there on the Nushagak. And, you know, I would see firsthand even then how Alaskans were at the short end of the harvest. The federal government is responsible for governing federal waters. They have an obligation to protect those waters, especially from foreign deep sea trawlers. They take our fish and they decimate the population before the fish can return to their spawning grounds. That, of course, decimates the future fishery. Alaskans are left to fight over the scraps. We're Alaska. We're the biggest. We're the toughest. We need to manifest that when it comes to policies that hurt us in our fisheries. The federal government has got to do their job. They will. If I'm elected to Congress, I'm gonna fight for that.
Mr. Biggett.
Well, we do have a major issue in international waters, and we have an issue with international operators entering our own sovereign waters and accessing our fish populations. I think that you know, we need to make sure that the Coast Guard is fully funded and that they maintain their mandate to ensure that they are interdicting vessels that are entering our waters and illegally. I think it's also important for us to continue to work with our boundary commission and make sure that the boundaries between the United States and Canada waterways are managed and maintained in a manner consistent with a sustainable harvest and sustainable maximum yield under the state constitution's sustainable yield clause. I think that's really important. So we've got to do a better job of working with our international partners, and we got to do a better job of ensuring that those who are illegally fishing in our waters are properly interdicted and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
A follow-up question regarding bycatch for the fisheries, managed fisheries. Any solutions or insights on that topic and that issue?
Well, I think that we absolutely need to continue to fund scientific research. That's without question. You know, there are a number of issues related to the stock variability that we see in the oceans, but bycatch is a massive issue and it's not being talked about enough. We see this predominantly in the trawl fleet, and what they've been doing is some bad actors in that fleet that have sort of run up the scales. And we need to make sure that we have adequate representation that represents the diversity of user groups on the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. I think that's important as well, so that every user group is properly represented and has a voice at the table when these policies are being determined in terms of what the bycatch thresholds should be.
Thank you, Governor Palin.
Man, have you ever seen this happen? It's tragic. It's sinful to watch what happens with those who waste that natural resource, our fisheries. It's absolutely tragic to watch this happen. And we need tougher regulation. We need spotters on the water. We need those who are out there seeing firsthand what's going on with especially foreign vessels with the bycatch issue, and Nick's right, we don't talk about it enough unless you're a part of the fishery, it seems, unless you have that commercial fishing permit or your deckhand or something, and you're out there watching it. But we need tougher regulation and we need some punishment. Typical government, federal government, all this talk about being tough, and yet then people skate by when they break a law. It seems like, especially out on the water, we need tougher regulation. We need to put the fear of God in those who would waste our resources. The federal government can do that, state too.
Thank you. And staying with you, two questions will kind of combine regarding fisheries and resources and native rights. How would you support the restoration of tribal fishing, hunting, and gathering rights in Alaska, and how you make sure the subsistence priority in Anilka is honored? Governor Pamela.
Yeah, and remember, in Anilka, there are priorities laid out for the indigenous people, and that's as it should be. Those who need the resource most should be able to harvest that resource. And especially those in tribal areas, out in our villages, when they rely on hunting and fishing for subsistence in order to put food on the table for their families, that's more important than, say, sport hunting, of course. So we have to follow Anilka. We have to make sure that the rest of Alaska understands what our Constitution says about resources and what Anilka says, what that agreement said. And again, I've already pointed out, near and dear to my heart is that bloodline that runs through my kids and now their kids. It's very, very important that we hold on to that and that we remember who got here first, and we remember who is most reliant on those resources. That's rural.
Thank you, Mr. Begich.
Well, I think Anilka is being reinterpreted currently by the Biden administration as it relates to subsistence. And, we have a somewhat activist subsistence board in the state right now. And they are attempting to close off hunting rights that have been granted under Anilka. I think it's important that all user groups be balanced. I think it's important that we potentially go back to Anilka and look at some of the other implications of that legislation. That legislation closed off a great deal of the resources of Alaska, whether they be timber or mineral or even oil and gas in some areas. I think it's important that we recognize that bill has restricted the growth and opportunity of the state. And as a private inholder of a property in Wrangell St. Elias National Park, I'll tell you, Anilka has quite a few drawbacks.
Thank you. A couple of workforce related questions ahead for us. How would you support treatment for opioid and fentanyl addictions?
Well, I think that we need to go after the producers of these illicit drugs and physicians that overprescribe opioids. These are highly addictive substances. I will tell you, having traveled extensively throughout the world, there are many places around the world where the penalty for dealing these drugs is extremely high, all the way up to capital punishment. And what we have to start recognizing as a community is that people who manufacture and bring fentanyl into our nation's borders are actually responsible for murder. They are murdering people and they're destroying families. And we need to take a very hard line on these drugs and those who would traffic them.
Thank you, Governor Palin.
Fentanyl is getting here because of the open borders, because of liberal Democrats in Congress who don't care about borders. And without a border, you don't have a country. That's one thing. But that's how these drugs are getting into America and are killing Americans. And fentanyl, is the cause of more deaths than any other in a certain demographic with our young people, and it's absolutely tragic. It's all about these open borders. I know that Ketchikan too has had a problem, a drug problem, and fentanyl getting there too. Every state now is a border state. We have to remember that. It's not just Texas. It's not just those areas that are literally physically on the border, but every state. And that's why we have to make sure those in Congress and those in the White House will secure our borders. It's tragic what's happening. And it seems like fentanyl is like a symptom, but it's a perfect example of what happens when Congress, when the White House doesn't give a flying flip about borders.
Thank you. We do an annual business climate survey, and we had 440 business leaders here in Southeast Alaska identify both housing and childcare as critical issues related to the economic recovery. How can the federal government assist on those topics? Governor Palin?
Well, you know, I think that the federal government really shouldn't have a role in either housing or childcare. That wasn't a purpose of setting up the federal government. Other levels of government creating safety nets. Okay, we can talk about that, but the question is about the federal government. So if the federal government does anything, it should be limited to grants, perhaps, for Alaskans to take care of those needs on our own. You know, Alaskans, we pay into the system. So if some of that is returned to us via grants, well, let Alaskans have say in it. Alaskans, yes, we need housing and childcare, but we should be free to meet those needs on our own terms. We're free, okay? And without strings attached from the federal government, without having to cater to the federal government, to the edicts and the pencil pushers, those bureaucrats in DC who want to tell us what to do in every aspect of our life, including how to raise our children. So federal government, sure, pass through a grant, but then get out of our way.
Thank you, Mr. Biggett.
So I think there are some things that the federal government can do to assist, particularly with the housing shortage that's happening in so many communities throughout Southeast, particularly here in Ketchikan. And I think one of those things is to support roads and bridge building, right? We have a tremendous source of land. It's just over the channel, right? If we had a bridge in Ketchikan to Gravina Island, maybe we wouldn't have such a problem with housing down here. And I will tell you, you know, when you see politicians try to score political points by canceling the projects that this community relies on, that should tell you everything about where their priorities sit. It's not with you, it's with them. Thank you.
Well, so happens the next question is no. Do you support, I believe they're calling it congressionally designated spending at this moment, but earmarks? And if so, do you have one identified for the region that's come to your attention?
Well, so they've now relabeled these. They're called community development grants, I think. But it's an earmark by another name. I prefer block grants to the states. I think that the state is in the best position to make determinations about what is how money should be spent locally. And so it's my view that if we're going to be sending money to the states from the federal government, that the local control is better. And so I'm not a supporter of the earmark process. I think that it distorts some of the federal spending problems that we addressed earlier. But I do believe in local control, and I do believe that the state and local governments are in the best position to determine what priorities are.
Palin.
Oh, and you asked for something specific regarding what we have in mind that we would do with these so-called earmarks. Mine would be put to good use with more fisheries research and more regulation and that punishment that needs to fall on the heads of those who are disobeying what it is that Alaskans need to develop that resource, our fisheries. But no, earmarks, absolutely not. Earmarks are a problem in Congress. It leads to the crony capitalism, to the favoritism, to the corruption in Washington, D.C., where politicians just try to bring home the bacon to certain constituents in order to get reelected and reelected and reelected. Too many in Congress, as a matter of fact, because elections are every 2 years. That's what they live for. That's what they work for, is just to get reelected. So earmarks, no. Pass through dollars pass through the federal government back to the states, according to what, in our case, Alaskans pay into. Yes, give us back the taxpayers' money so that we can develop our state as we see fit.
Thank you. And staying with you, the tourism industry is finally back on its feet. The waiver that was received last year to the Passenger Services Act really made all the difference. That was achieved by the work of our delegation. It's been suggested to make that waiver permanent and have the ports compete with the service and pricing competitiveness rather than a government mandate to stop in a foreign country. Do you agree with pursuing that waiver, and how would you approach this topic, Governor Palin?
This is the beauty of having been involved in politics and being elected so many times, local and state level. You understand that government mandating anything is bad for business. That's why, again, you need common sense, constitutional, fiscal conservatives holding the purse strings. I've always been a staunch supporter of the free market, and I believe competition is best. It's good for the tourism industry here in Alaska, especially. We're going to end up with nicer ports. We're going to end up with more tourists and more tax revenue for the state and for our local cities. It's win-win for everyone. And I would approach it just as Representative Don Young approached it. And this is why I didn't challenge Don Young when he was in office. I didn't try to oust him, to fire him, thinking that I would do a better job. Don Young did a great job, and in this respect also, that, and the Alaska delegation as a whole, by putting Alaska first. Alaska's economy should not be impacted by the actions of a foreign government. And yeah, that PSA waiver, it did make all the difference last year. We have to just make sure, again, that we have that sovereignty in making our own decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Bagan.
Well, I'd like to challenge something that was just said. This idea that Governor Palin did not challenge Don Young. She literally introduced Sean Parnell when he had made his announcement running against Don Young. Right? That happened.
I didn't run.
I think she's
against
hoping
Don Young.
that we all forget what happened. Maybe if we forget what happened when she was governor. Maybe we forget what happened when she ran for vice president. Maybe we forget what happened in the ensuing years, but we're not going to forget. We're not going to forget. It's about the record, right? It's about the record.
PSA
Now, at the end of the
waivers is
day,
bullshit.
excuse me, I am speaking. You will have your opportunity to speak, Governor.
Calm down.
Thank you. At the end of the day, Don Young did something that had never been done before. His clout in the Congress allowed him to get unanimous consent. He had built relationships across the aisle. He did an amazing thing, and I would absolutely seek to continue the waiver for the PVSA. I think that we cannot put our nation or our state or our region in the whims of a foreign government. Thank you.
So staying with you, the transboundary issues are, we touched on the topic of sovereignty, resources. Transboundary issues is definitely a federal issue involving a foreign country. What do you think the federal government's responsibility is in that, and what role would you play in trying to unravel and address those issues in the watershed?
Well, I think the watershed is absolutely important. It allows us to maintain a sustainable, healthy fishing industry here in Southeast and throughout the nation. The Transboundary Commission, they have responsibilities that extend beyond fisheries. It's ensuring that we have healthy waterways, that we have transit between our two nations. They address issues in Alaska, but also in the Great Lakes and across our our middle border, we'll say. And so the Transboundary Commission is important. I think that it's important for our representatives to ensure that we have healthy communication with our Canadian partners. And only through that relationship are we going to continue to develop the resources of Alaska in a healthy and sustainable manner, both in terms of fishing and in timber, and as it relates to minerals development as well.
It's very unique. Our relationship with our Canadian neighbors is very, very special and very close. And that's because the people of Canada, they're so much like Alaskans in Northern Canada. You meet them and you feel like you're at home. You feel like you're talking to family because they too appreciate their God-given natural resources there, and they want to have a good relationship with us. It is so important. So that Transboundary Commission, it's so important that we have a voice in who those commissioners are. It's another nice thing about a foundation having been in office as an administrator, and you're appointing commissioners at all levels. It's so important that they understand, especially in our case, what the transboundary issues are. And yeah, with the watershed, with all of our fisheries, with timber, with all the transportation of our natural resources, just making sure that we have that great relationship with Canada, continuing that, but Alaska's interests always being put first. We have to make sure that the commissioners understand that.
Thank you. And staying with you, what would you do to support veterans' rights and benefits?
Oh, this is very, very important. And we're not talking enough about our most honored, our vets. My son, having served in the military, I see what happens when the government promises something, enticing people to join, to protect our country, to put their lives on the line, and then government backtracking when it comes to fulfilling obligations. Why is it that we have to do these private sector fundraisers all the time for our vets? Government should be paying out the benefits, and I don't even want to call them benefits. What is due these veterans? We need a fighter for our vets in Congress. We need to make sure in the headshed, in the White House, that they understand the responsibility that our troops, both past and presently serving troops, have taken upon themselves to make sure America is the freest and finest country in this nation. It makes me ill to see what the federal government especially does in terms of ignoring our vets' needs. I will do all that I can to fight and to win for our vets. And I appreciate so many vet organizations who have endorsed me also.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett.
I think that we need to make sure that we keep the promises that we've made to our veterans, whether that be retirement, or whether that be high quality healthcare. And so many times I hear from veterans who are concerned about the quality of the healthcare that they are receiving, the adequacy of that care comprehensively, right? From everything that you would normally consider to be healthcare all the way to mental health care. You know, we've learned recently that many vets during their time of service were exposed to chemicals in burn pits. And this is a major problem. It's something that that has been ignored for too long. And I think that we need to make sure that we're adequately compensating those who have been victims to exposure of these burn pits. You know, they have higher incidence of cancer and lung complications as a result of this exposure. And for the federal government to be walking away from these veterans is absolutely wrong in my view.
Thank you. Staying with you. Promises, promises, promises. What about the promises to the landless tribes?
Well, for those tribes that did not receive land allocations, I think it's absolutely important that the federal government honor the same agreement and commitments that were made to those that were provided with lands. I think that there are a variety of ways that can be done. It can be done through lands. It can be done through other compensatory measures. It can be done through things like quota allocation, minerals deposits, and certain other mechanisms that provide an economic source of production for those landless tribes. I think that when you're thinking about what was the purpose of these land conveyances and these agreements, it was to create a source of wealth for a sustaining wealth for these communities. And we need to make sure that these communities have an engine to produce wealth of their own and develop economic opportunity for their people.
Governor Palin.
The landless tribes, they absolutely deserve the share of the resources, what is derived from the natural resource development opportunities in our state. I think that, I mean, that was inherently the intention of when Alaska became a state, and all the agreements that were made was, it was about equality, and it was about different areas of the state all being able to share in natural resource development. What needs to take place, though, is the feds getting out of Alaska to a greater degree. Biden has a 30 by 30 plan, if you guys have heard of it, and we need to fight against it. He wants to lock up 30% of federal lands by 2030. Well, look at Alaska already. We so suffer under the federal government. They have locked up a heck of a lot more than 30% of our lands, of course. So getting the federal government out of so much of our land, out of our acreage, and allowing equality, different tribes, different areas of the state to be able to access and to be able to develop. That takes the feds getting off our back on our side.
Thank you. And staying with you, the military's presence in Alaska is both strategic nationally and a major part of the Alaskan economy. The Navy has very little presence in Alaska, but has a small footprint nearby Ketchikan for sonar testing. Southeast Alaska's 1,000 islands in an Arctic state seems the perfect location for an expanded naval presence. How should the region work toward that, and what efforts would you do to prioritize towards that end?
Yeah, well, military is going to be a top priority for me, and the needs of the military will be met. So if the military tells me that there's a strategic value in expanding its presence in Southeast Alaska, and you know, it's sitting here as a layman, as we all are, because none of us are elected to Congress. I'm not yet. We don't know yet exactly what the military needs in terms of expansion in Southeast Alaska. But as a layman, I would say, yeah, I would support Southeast Alaska being able to house and host and be able to support a greater military presence there. I'm going to be the loudest champion in Congress for the funding to make sure that Alaska continues to be the most strategically useful state in the Union. I take a lot of heat for being honest and letting the country know, as I travel around the country and around the world, promoting Alaska and our interest, letting people know about our strategic location. I use the example of us being able to see Russia from Alaska because you can.
Thank you, Mr. Begich.
So I have long said that I believe with more than half the nation's coastline, Alaska does need a substantial naval presence. I would be a champion for having a naval base here in the state of Alaska. I think that's important. I think there are other things that need to be done as well. We've talked a lot about icebreakers. There's a little bit being done, but we have a great deal more to do to open up the waterways of Alaska and protect the waterways of Alaska. And you know, the Coast Guard does a tremendous job on a very limited budget. I think that we need to look at how the Coast Guard is funded and ensure that they have the appropriate level of funding in order to pursue their missions. But I would like to see a larger naval presence in the state of Alaska. It's something that we have had in the past, and I think something that we are going to need well into the future.
Thank you. Staying with you, hydro is very, very important to Southeast Alaska, yet it's not recognized as a federally recognized natural resource, renewable resource. How would you work to rectify that? And do you support hydro as a renewable resource?
Hydro is probably the very best form of energy that you can have. There's virtually no waste whatsoever. There's tremendous opportunities to store the energy that comes off of hydro when you have excess energy through pumped hydro and other technologies that are emerging right now. Hydro has been transformative for the energy security of Southeast Alaska and so much of the rail belt as well. And you know, I would champion hydro in the Congress. I believe that it is the most renewable resource, and this idea that it's not is wrongheaded, right? And what we need to be doing more hydro, not just in Alaska, but throughout the nation. I think that it offers us energy security, the energy security that we seek. Right now, we see what's happening over in Germany as they went full alternative energy. Now they are completely reliant on the nation of Russia and the gas flows coming in from Russia. They have placed their national security in a foreign interest hands because they failed to take care of their energy security. Hydro is a critical component of our nation's energy security matrix.
Thank you, Governor Palin.
I kind of beg to differ with the, how you prefaced this with, we can't assume that hydro isn't recognized by the federal government. It is in a lot of aspects. Yeah, in some aspects it's not, and we need to educate bureaucrats and the population as a whole in what hydro represents and what hydro can produce, because man, that power of the water, it is the cleanest, greenest, renewable. And, you know, we're looking at all these other cockamamie plans going on in our nation for their green energy ideas. And it's just a lot of it, most of it's based on just crony capitalism and favoritism. It's all about money and control and power given to these renewable energy projects that don't go anywhere, of course, like Solyndra and others. But yeah, we do need to educate people more and more about the clean, green hydro, the power, the potential. Southeast Alaska is the example of that, how important it is and how efficient and effective it is in Southeast. But America needs to look at Southeast Alaska when it comes to hydro.
Thank you. And as we wind down here, got two very similar questions. Some have described the atmosphere in Congress as toxic partisanship. What are your plans to reach across the aisle and work with others not in your party? Governor Palin, it's with you.
My record shows that that's exactly what I do. When you serve in local office, it's not partisan. You have to work both sides of the political aisle, different ideologies in order to get things done. The most responsible and responsive level of government is local. So having that foundation of understanding how it works and how it can work is so extremely important. And that kind of mentality needs to be brought to Congress. Even as governor, I work very well with the other side of the aisle. In fact, was able to find common sense constitutional conservatives in the Democrat Party and appointing them to positions that Alaska needs. No, it's very important that we're team players there in Congress, and that we are happy warriors and that we can all work together for the good of the people and put ego and put anger and put whatever chips on our shoulders, that we get rid of all of that in order to manifest a culture of workability, of work ethic, and of friendliness in Congress. Is for the people. They want that. They expect it. They deserve it.
Thank you, Mr. Begich.
Well, I think when you are in a state like Alaska with such a small delegation, 2 senators, 1 House member out of 435, you've got to work across the aisle. You've got to be ready to work with everybody on behalf of the interests of our nation and behalf of the interests of our state. And by the way, I don't think those are mutually exclusive ideas. I think that Alaska has the opportunity to solve so many of the challenges that our nation faces today. We've touched on several of them already. National security, mineral security, energy security. We have the answers. And the only way that those answers are going to be brought to bear is if we can convince not just one side of the aisle, but both sides of the aisle of the importance of Alaska. You know, we are disconnected. We know that. We are disconnected geographically from the rest of the country. It's important that the people that we send down there be effective ambassadors, making what I call the business case for Alaska. Why should the work be done here and not somewhere else in the world? I think I can make an effective case for you in the Congress, and I'll work every day on your behalf to build the relationships on all sides of the aisle necessary in order to do that.
Thank you. As we go to closing comments, remind you our region stretches and our attendance today stretches from Metlakatla in the south, Haines Skagway to Yakutat and even beyond. But as you do your closing remarks, the 2 questions that have come in that are broad enough for you to incorporate is, will you campaign physically in Southeast during the remainder of the election? Will we see you again? And why should I vote for you? So if the timekeeper would add an extra minute onto the the closing comments that allow you to weave that in. We'll go in the opposite order of our opening remarks. So Governor Palin.
Oh, thank you. And again, thank you so much, Southeast Alaska, for hosting this. Ketchikan, wonderful city, wonderful local government there. So appreciate all that you do for the greater good of Alaska, including hosting this conference. And yeah, campaigning throughout the state. You know, as a lifelong Alaskan, as the former governor of this state, and having served as the president of the Alaska Conference of Mayors, being able to travel to Southeast Alaska is so extremely important and impacting. The reason I'm running, I already told you, it's about the future. It's about our children. And that's all of Alaska, not just the big cities of Alaska, not just Fairbanks, Juneau, Anchorage, the Valley, but all of Alaska, including the little tiny villages and towns that I've just been blessed to have connections with. And let me just say, running for Congress, it's now or never for America. We have to start making better decisions, and there really is no alternative. America is that shining city on a hill. I say Alaska is the head of it, physically even, we're the head of it. Other countries look to America and we're losing our way. And it is so important that we get back to constitutional common sense conservatism to save this country. We need to get our house in order. And we've got raging inflation. Shoot, today, 6% mortgage rates were announced. A crash is coming. It's going to be worse if we don't get our house in order and if we don't have those fiscal conservatives in Congress holding the purse strings to make right decisions. So we've got raging inflation to deal with, and we have supply shortages, and we have officially entered a recession just a few weeks ago. It finally was designated in recession, and the stock market, it's crashing in a lot of respects. So we, being in the middle of this fake energy crisis that Joe Biden has caused, because our own president won't let us develop our God-given natural resources and is overseas asking foreign countries for their dirty, dangerous sources of energy to be produced for us, it's all absurd. The radical Democrats are out of control, and absolutely, we need to restore that common sense to Washington that people expect. Common sense seems to be an endangered species in DC. Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they're driving this country off a cliff. And if we don't slam on the brakes now, it's going to be too late. So yes, Southeast Alaska being so instrumental in the health and safety, sovereignty, solvency of Alaska translates also then into America's solvency and sovereignty. So yes, campaigning in Southeast Alaska, very, very important. Can't wait to get there again. And I do appreciate everybody, all the hardcore, hardworking Alaskans in the area who just have that work ethic and that being so conscientious of one another's needs, that as neighbors, as close, tight-knit communities take care of one another. It's so encouraging, and it's great examples, role models, each community for the rest of the US.
Thank you very much, Mr. Begich.
Well, I do think campaigning physically in person throughout the state is important. It's why I'm here. I'm here because I think it's important to be here. You cannot represent the people of Alaska if you're not willing to meet the people of Alaska. And that was a unique value that Don Young had on his campaigns, as he would always focus on Southeast when he was coming back to the state. This was his first stop. Since I've been campaigning, I've been in Juneau multiple times, probably 5, 6 times. I've been in Ketchikan 4 times. I've been in Haines twice. I've been in Petersburg. I've been in Sitka, Wrangell, Cordova, Kodiak. Why? Because it's important. Because we talk about Southeast, but the communities of Southeast are actually different from one another too. And you can't represent the needs of those communities if you're not meeting with the people of those communities. So that's been important to me. It's why every single day I'm out there on the campaign trail. I'm meeting the people of Alaska, not just in Southeast, but throughout the entire state. And, I'll tell you, at the end of the day, you can see how someone is likely to work in Congress based on how they're working on the campaign, right? Are they out there every single day? Are they working every single day? Are they showing up? Because that's what it's going to take in the Congress to advance the interests of Alaska in a meaningful and demonstrable way. Sitting through 8 to 10 hours of committee meetings, showing up for votes late at night, and then getting on a plane and coming back home so that you can be here for a day only to return back to DC. That's what it takes, day in and day out. I'm prepared to do that for you. I'm prepared to do that for you because I'm passionate about the opportunities that the state of Alaska represents and the spirit of Alaska that we represent, the people in this room and the people that are outside this room. I believe again that Alaska has the answer to so many of our nation's challenges. I want to be that representative for you, that evangelist for you in the Congress, representing our interests to DC so that we can answer so many of these our nation's challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. And we very much appreciate both of you engaging the region and taking the time to be here today. Would you please give them both a round of applause? Appreciation.
Thank you.
So that concludes our candidates forum. It's been a very enlightening time, and we really appreciate that. We're going to take a short break. We've got a lot more great content ahead. So if we can get here just a few minutes before the top of the hour, we will get back to our next topic. So Governor Palin, thank you so much for beaming in, and we'll look forward to seeing you here in Southeast again soon. Mr. Begich, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you guys. Thanks. Did you click it?
Okay, hey, this is live. You guys are, you know, our IT guys are just incredible. They wouldn't hear me. I'd ask them for a round of applause, you know, I was like, you know, but you've done a great job. So thanks. I know we've stretched you, we have helped you, we made you pull out your cell phone and do amazing tricks with, you know, putting files up on the screen. Anybody else out there hear me at the panel, Chelsea? If you want to bring your panel forward, Anthony. One of the Anthonys, or both of them. I'm not sure who's coming on up here. Where's Mr. Lindahl? There he is. So I am very excited all the time, but especially about this here. Looking at how we in the region can support our own communities, our own entrepreneurs, and help feed the community, by extension, see what that does on the regional basis. So without any further ado, our board member, Chelsea Goucher, is going to facilitate this next panel. So please welcome our food security champions and Chelsea Goucher. There you go. Take it away. Take it away.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name's Chelsea Goucher, for those of you that don't know me, and I am one of the co-owners of Foraged and Found. So you probably saw our company splashed up on the screen a couple times yesterday. We are very interested in what's happening with mariculture and what's going on in the mariculture space, because right now, most of our consumer packaged goods that we're manufacturing are using wild harvested materials like sea asparagus and bullwhip kelp. But of course, we'd love to see that expand with mariculture and create a sustainable long-term future for people trying to do value-added manufacturing here in Alaska, like Barnacle, like our company. So food security, how did food security come onto my radar? Well, I will tell you, you know, I've had numerous roles before I decided to become an entrepreneur. And one of them was working for the Ketchikan Chamber, and another was working as an account manager for Alaska Marine Lines for 5 years. And in that time, I had the pleasure to get to interact with a ton of business owners all over the region. I mean, both of my jobs were really just to be there to help other business owners try to figure things out. And, you know, you hear the same thing over and over again from different business folks about what the obstacles are to doing business in Alaska, whether it's regulatory, whether it's, you know, infrastructure wise, whether it's just a lack of economies of scale. And so, you know, I really got to know like what the issues were, and like I heard it over and over again. But I will tell you, you can sit and hear something for years, but when you're actually doing it as a business owner, you're like, oh God, like now I know what they're really talking about. Like, this is hard. This is difficult. You know, you listen to people like Governor Walker champion, you know, value-added manufacturing in Alaska, value-added manufacturing in Alaska, value-added manufacturing in Alaska. And it's like, why is it not happening? And there's a few big reasons why it's not happening. And we all know what they are. We're a geographically isolated state with not very many people. It's as simple as that. It's hard to have any economies of scale. And so you can sit here and, you know, butt your head up against problems that like are not going to be immediately solved, or you can try to be solutions focused. And I think that's something that my business partner and I really started to talk about as we're going through trying to navigate, you know, how to do this manufacturing business in Alaska and create, you know, a good product that we can share the abundance and the wealth of just amazingness that is Southeast Alaska with the rest of the country and the world. So, thinking about all of that, Jen Brown, she is my business partner and the founder of Foraged and Found. Her and I started talking and like kicking around kind of like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there was like someone that could help other people trying to do what we're doing, like avoid all of the pitfalls that we've had to just learn from by experience. So we started talking about, you know, all the different regulations, that it would be nice for someone that wants to, you know, make jams and jellies. What would it take for them to scale up and actually be able to put their stuff in stores and go through the DEC regulations and the FDA regulations and all the different things that you have to consider when you're making a product that you don't want to kill people. And on top of that, we're talking about, you know, wouldn't it be great if there was a way that we could, you know, work with other people to consolidate orders of jars or consolidate freight, do things that can help us, again, realize economies of scale that maybe individual small business owners can't. And then thinking about too, what if we could just eliminate some of those costs to begin with by buying raw materials from other locals right here in the region. So again, going back to, we love to buy bulk kelp from kelp farmers. So I love to hear that, like, research on how to do bulk kelp is coming, because that's what we want to buy. And we could buy all of it if someone can figure out how to really effectively grow it. But what about, we have a sea asparagus pesto. We buy cases and cases of basil that we have to ship from Illinois. Makes no sense. What if we could hydroponically grow basil right here in Ketchikan and just buy it from our neighbor and keep all of that money right here in the community? So talking about all of this stuff, Jen, my very ambitious business partner, was like, we don't have enough to do. Let's start a nonprofit and try to figure this out for the community of Ketchikan. So that is what we've done. We formed an organization called the Ketchikan Agricultural Producers Association, really tasked with the mission of trying to bring people together to realize economies of scale, help, up and coming producers figure out how they can expand and scale up, and also address some of the infrastructure needs that really are lacking in the community, and hopefully help other communities as well. Because as we heard, I think it was yesterday, from the commissioner and others, that there are, serious needs around commercial kitchen space, around Ketchikan has no public cold storage. We have no facility where any member of the public can really intake anything off the ocean at a large scale and pass it through into a commercial kitchen space, because we're at the mercy of fish processors, which again, they have other priorities. No, not knocking them. It's just, they have the prerogative to have other priorities. And so again, it's like basic foundational issues like real estate, huge issue for us. Cold storage, huge issue for us. Transportation, huge issue for us. So we're like, how can we, if we're having these issues, so is everybody else trying to do what we're doing. So let's form this organization and see what monies are out there and available to help the community try to, create a more food secure system. And all of this is happening, of course, in the background of COVID. And I think COVID has really brought to light for everybody, how big of a deal food security actually is. I think food security is something that I remember coming to Southeast Conference, 5-6 years ago, when people would come and talk about food security. And it was kind of like the panel that people were like, oh yeah, that's cool, whatever. And I think after COVID, people are like, yeah, this is actually way more of a big deal than maybe we gave it credit for. And so, kudos to those people that were thinking long-term and thinking on the horizon, because things can change in an instant, and things that seem totally unrealistic, like, oh, the cruise ships won't come. Oh, the port of Seattle could get shut down. It's like, all of a sudden you're like, wow, this is happening. So many things have happened in the last 3 years that I never thought I would live to see the day. So, I mean, there you go. And so it's important that we talk about food security, and we talk about how we can, as communities, again, stop focusing on the problems and railing against these massive global supply chains that we have literally no control over, or we can try to be solutions focused and bring it home and say, what can we do as communities and neighbors to keep more of a closed loop system operating in our communities, whether that is something as, simple as someone with chickens and the chicken manure, let's make a community compost, so that again, people aren't shipping in soil, because we live on a rock with no topsoil. So you can either ship in soil, or you can get it from your neighbor who right now is bringing it to the landfill where they're shipping it out too, and paying it through the municipality and costing taxpayers money. So again, how can we keep things, on our islands, in our communities, in a way where everyone is benefiting? I'm really excited to be joined here today by Jen Brown, my business partner, Jeff Jans. He is the owner of Ketchikan Evergreens, one of the hydroponic operations that is growing delicious leafy greens here in Ketchikan, and Anthony Lindoff, oyster farmer extraordinaire, fisherman, and he is working on things on a regional level for Central Council of Tlingit and Haida. So without further ado, I will just kind of let the panelists take it away. Jen and I, like I said, we founded Kappa And then we set about filling out our board, and our current board members are AJ Pierce, Vice Mayor of the Ketchikan Gateway Borough, Jeff Jans, and then also Colin McIntosh. Colin McIntosh couldn't be here today because unfortunately he tested positive for COVID. But he really wanted to be here. He is also putting in a hydroponic leafy greens farm out north of Ketchikan near Walmart with a little bit different mission than Jeff. He wants to do wholesale, and his is running as a nonprofit with an eye to possibly expanding to other communities. So if you have any questions for him specifically, he is in town. He's out at his farm. I'm going to go out and see him this afternoon. And I can also answer any questions on his behalf because I've been working for him as a contractor for the last roughly almost year, because when you're a business owner, you don't actually pay yourself. So you have to work for other people too, even when you're an entrepreneur. So I'll go ahead and let's start with Jen. Maybe you can just introduce Kappa a little bit more and what we're working on, what our big project is right now. And then maybe Jeff can provide some insights as a board member and what it's like to actually be a producer. And then Anthony, you can give some regional context for what we're working on and all of that. Yeah.
Hey, everyone hear me now? Hi, everyone. Thanks, Chelsea. So I am the president of the Ketchikan Agricultural Producers Association and the CEO and founder of Foraged and Found. And Chelsea covered off a lot on the mission of Kappa and how it came to be, but it really was formed in response to a lot of the supply chain disruptions that we found in our local community when COVID hit. And we saw the impact, and we're still seeing the impact of a lot of those global supply chain disruptions. And seeing empty grocery shelves, as somebody who's not born and raised in Alaska, was a really scary thing to see. So thinking more about, why aren't we supplying ourselves with food when we do have the capability to do so, was a question that I asked and didn't necessarily have a good answer for, just some suppositions and thoughts on why. But one of the main project that we're working on right now with Kappa is a needs assessment and feasibility study. So a needs assessment for the community of Ketchikan and the surrounding communities as well, Metlakatla and Prince of Wales Island, to see where really are the barriers for agricultural producers and value-added producers to be able to provide food to the local communities. So we are understanding exactly where those gaps lie. And then we're also working on the feasibility of establishing something called a food hub here in the Ketchikan community. And a food hub is, there's a technical definition for it that I don't have memorized, but essentially it's a sort of multi-purpose physical space that producers can use to store, manufacture, process, market, and or sell their goods. So we're about midway through that project right now. We're just wrapping up the needs assessment piece and really getting a clearer idea after talking to several different agricultural stakeholders within the community. What exactly are the major barriers that we're seeing across the community? And some of the themes of that, it's probably a little bit early for showtime, but geographic isolation is a big factor there. Also just not having resources, whether that the resources are knowledge or actual infrastructure, have been really big concerns, as well as the cost for transportation. So those are all things that are starting to pop up. And we're trying to think as an organization, how can we address these concerns and lower those barriers to entry so that maybe people who are hobby farming or considering entering the agricultural space in a way that could actually make an impact on the community can actually, overcome some of those challenges.
Great. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. So build on what Jen said, and a little bit of background about our company. So we are a vertical farm using controlled environment agriculture, meaning that we use advanced LED lights to grow food completely inside. We actually do it in shipping containers. And it's a very efficient use of space. And we take advantage of light, water, and nutrients. And we produce currently around 300 pounds of cut lettuce product that ends up in a bag here. And we deliver it direct to restaurants and direct to consumers here on the island. We have a subscriber base of about 150 customers, of which we deliver to about 110 a week. I'm actually going to end up doing that after we speak here. It takes about 5 hours. We do about 20 stops an hour on our route. And so we basically are about half wholesale into restaurants and half into direct to consumer. So we take basically from seed all the way to your doorstep. And we're really proud of what we've been doing here. It's been about a year of growing, and my involvement with Kappa, when I heard that this organization was formed, immediately was interested in that, because it's one thing to be able to grow a lot of food, but it's another thing to be able to get it out into people's homes and to do it efficiently and effectively. We don't have the benefit of a food hub currently here in town. And so as a startup for us, it made sense for us to be a direct to consumer model. But it is time consuming. It requires driving in the dead of winter and visiting everybody's home and driveways. By the way, I think I know, I've got my finger on the pulse of most people's neighborhoods and homes at this point. And Ketchikan's a really interesting place to deliver to. We have a lot of hills, but we also have a short road system, so you can do it efficiently. What a food hub would mean for us is that we'd have a place where we could bring this product in and feature it along with other value-added producers and producers that are growing. And you folks here in this room as consumers in Ketchikan would have an opportunity to come in and shop a variety of things. And so we would hope that that would help us increase our sales volume and grow our business, allow us to bring in another shipping container, or maybe diversify what we grow. We're currently looking to move into basil production this winter. And we know that that's a needed crop around here and has a kind of a hard shelf life and doesn't transport very well. So we're excited about that. Yeah, the Kappa and this research is going to be really critical for our growth and success as a business. And I really appreciate what these two have done in getting started and having me involved.
Good morning, everyone. So my name's Anthony Lindoff. I'm Tlingit and Haida. My Tlingit name is Kakudi. I'm Kagwantan, the Gooch Hit, and I was raised in Huna in a very subsistence lifestyle by my mother, and very proud of that upbringing. And so I do get the privilege and honor of being able to sit in on these more statewide, like the food security and Independence Task Force. I sit on the executive council for the Alaska Mariculture Alliance as well. And so we really get to rub elbows with a lot of folks that think about how we're going to grow these new economies and such, and protect our resources. But I get the most privilege and joy of being able to work for Tlingit and Haida, my tribe, my regional tribe, and to be able to bring traditional food security, not just simply food security, but traditional food security, and build that network for not just our rural areas, but our urban areas, virtually everywhere. That our dream is to get not just in our service network, which is vast. We've got 21 communities in our Tlingit and Haida service network, but we've got tribal citizens all over the world. And just because they're, say, out of country doesn't mean, like, we should be able to get that traditional foods to them. I think, ARPA has been a lot of things for a lot of people, and there's pros and cons. And I believe it's been mostly good. I think from our perspective at the Tlingit and Haida is that ARPA has allowed us to tell people who we are, like what we're fighting for, and what we want, and what we care about, what kind of future that we want to help build. And I think ARPA has allowed us to do that. Hence, with the invention of Traditional Food Security Department. It's a brand new department that we were able to prop up at the beginning of this year. And we have seen nothing but great energy and excitement and creativity from virtually every discussion that we've held. It hasn't been a very scientific approach, but we are out there. We are trying to do things. We are trying to have impact. Just recently, we got a grant. So I'm happy that our roadmap with regard to traditional food security department isn't really missing the mark. We have invested in serious infrastructure to meet the commercial kitchen needs, and I didn't realize that maker's space I didn't realize that that was a thing, but kind of piggybacking off of a notion like that, having access to commercial kitchens for our tribal citizens to be able to put their wares out there into commerce. That's a real big bottleneck. And we've been seeing that for not just in the rural areas, but virtually every community has that need. And so we want to try and make these models that we can replicate. Say in Southern Southeast, we have our partnerships, a very strong partnership that we wish to even strengthen further and replicate, but that's in Heidelberg to take care of the Southern Southeast piece of the network. And then corresponding up there in Juneau, having kind of the Northern Southeast needs met and build our network that way, so, beginning from there, but just very excited about how traditional food security is changing this dialogue from just food needs and empty shelves to community needs, healthy. So I see traditional food security as just a not so subtle reminder of where we come from, right? And I think it's just that, this is a great opportunity for us to, to learn from recent history and remember what our ancestors fought for 50 years ago. And when you look at the colonial tools that have, from the past 50 years, whether was ANCSA, I'm not here to beat up ANCSA or the tribe, but I'm just saying it's a tool, just like limited entry permits, just like IFQs, and kind of where we are at 50 years later and why we need to learn from that history and be prepared for these discussions as it's relating to our fishing rights, our land rights and water rights, whether we're talking about mariculture development, so on and so forth. So I think that's allowed us to kind of not get the conversation hijacked by competing interests. So we're talking about traditional food security in our traditional villages. And that's where our culture emanates from. I think that's I feel the need to protect more than anything.
Thank you. Am I on? Okay. Thank you all for providing your comments. I think that kind of, for me, listening to all of you talk brings up kind of that question of like, what is food security really about? And I think it means a lot of different things for a lot of different people. And I think they're all equally important and equally tied in with our mission. Because I think one thing that often is the question when people start talking about producing more in Alaska or growing more in Alaska or doing manufacturing or value added in Alaska, I think sometimes there can be, it's easy to always think back to how things have always been and, doing what we've always done. And I think sometimes the question is like, is there actually a demand for this? If you're going to be helping producers scale up their businesses, understand regulations, gain access to things like commercial kitchens or cold storage or things that can help community members really, produce, the question is there a need for that? Is that wanted? Is that desired? And what we've found, like Jen said, we're still in the beginning phases of our feasibility study for the food hub, but the issue is not the demand side. I think that's something that Anthony touched on briefly, but consumers are becoming more and more aware of what they're putting into their bodies and where these things are coming from. And you can't pull the wool over people's eyes anymore about, what a product is or what's in it. People want to know, they want to know where their food is coming from. And here in Southeast Alaska, we have a unique opportunity to learn from the indigenous culture that is still so vibrant here, which we're fortunate of because it is not like that so many other places in the United States. And so we have that. And we also have communities and business owners that are willing to support local. Early on, we talked to restaurant owners. We've talked to Terry at the Landing and Tim at Cape Fox, and they're like, if you guys can produce lettuce, we'll buy it. And that's what we want to hear. There's a hunger for high quality produce. I mean, these are the most important things that we're putting into our bodies. That is what's going to help, you know, feed our children, giving them the proper nutrition to like grow and be the best versions of themselves that they can be. And for economic development, I mean, humans are, you know, our most vibrant resource. And so you can't miss that aspect of it either, is that when you're at the end of a supply chain and a third of your lettuce is already wilted and you have to throw it away, no one's benefiting from that. It's not benefiting anyone economically. It's not benefiting anyone nutritionally, and it's not benefiting the community where dollars are leaking out to these major corporations that are, you know, again, part of this like massive global supply chain instead of staying right here in a community like Ketchikan. So I just wanted to touch on that because I think consumer tastes and preferences really are changing. I think we all know that. I think we've seen how much consumers have changed in their ideas, even, you know, in the last 20, 30 years. And so, you know, why not be part of that? And, you know, speaking as a consumer here in Ketchikan, I can only imagine what it's like when you're out in a small village or up in Skagway or Haines at the end of the chain. I mean, I think in Ketchikan, we're the closest to Seattle, and so we have the freshest stuff. So I can only imagine what it's like for people elsewhere in Southeast. So I don't know if any of you guys want to touch on that, or if there's any other comments that you want to make about food security, what we've been talking about in general. But I'll open it up to you guys. And then I think if there's any questions or comments from the floor, we would love to hear those.
So the question is what we're doing at Ketchikan Evergreens, is this a viable business, and is there a market for what we do? We opened our doors last summer, and with the help of the Tongass Federal Credit Union's farmers market, we were able to quickly introduce our product to Ketchikan. And then once that market phased down, and as we got more familiar with what we were producing and what it cost to produce it, we then started our delivery business model and moved into restaurants. And you know, there was a period of time when we only had one container, and we would sell out everything we could grow within 5 minutes of putting it online at Wednesday at 5 o'clock. That's how much demand there was. And that has continued to grow. And as we've added more capacity and are just better growers, as we've learned how to maximize the potential of our system, we're starting to see that we can not only satisfy our customer base needs for lettuce, but also a lot of other very nutritionally dense greens. And that's what's interesting. If you look at the CDC list of what are the most nutritionally dense vegetables on the planet, number one is watercress, and then Chinese cabbage. Lettuce is number 4. Chard. These are all things that we grow currently successfully in our containers, sell to restaurants, and we're proud to be able to offer those greens. So it isn't just lettuce. In fact, in our other product, that's where we feature these other greens. So we have kales and sorrels and tapsoes and mizunas, and that is what we're finding people want. They want nutrition. They want they want longevity. These bags last about 2 weeks in people's fridges once we deliver it to them, and we're delivering to them within 24 hours after it was harvested. These are all huge value propositions that we offer over lettuce that's imported or any greens imported outside of Ketchikan. And so we're feeling really bullish and strong about the future of controlled environment agriculture and its potential for Southeast Alaska. Using hydropower to grow food is just a wonderful concept. And Ketchikan in particular has had very great power rates for a long time. So all of those, there's still a lot of headway to be made on lowering our costs and finding more ways to do what we do more efficiently and more affordably. It's just currently my wife and I that run these 2 machines. And, you know, the net effect, if we are producing 300 pounds of lettuce every week, that's just about 6 tons of lettuce a year from 2 people in this community. And that has an impact across this island. And LED technology is just getting started, and it is going to be a way for us to continue to grow our business and grow more energy intensive foods, and as well as have other people come in behind us and fill niches and needs that we can't. So it's a really exciting time and space to be in agriculture in Ketchikan.
Got a mic? No, there we go.
Thank you. I don't have a question. Really, I want to speak to why Clinton Haida is getting into this field because, we call it food security. I think we're motivated by food insecurity. We've seen the issues of transportation, all the things Chelsea talked about. I'm sitting over here just like silently wanting to burst and cheer for her because she's dead on. Tlingit Haida people, the indigenous people of these lands, Tlingit Haida, Tsimshian, we spent millennia having our own gardens, our own agriculture, clam beds, all these things. We had agriculture, right? And then even in my parents' generation, when they grew up here in Ketchikan, there was dairy farm. We need to bring back local source. You have to have it. I've read studies that say you shouldn't be more than 100 miles away from your food sources. Well, we are. And we know that. And whether we have a natural disaster, a pandemic, or whatever puts us in a state of vulnerability for our communities, reduced ferry service, increased cost, all the things people talk about. So Tlingit Haida is in a place now, we've created this department. We're doing traditional food harvest, but we have plans. We've been doing test greenhouses in Juneau that I see my friend from Gold Belt in the back of the room. We're talking partnership there to do large scale greenhouses. And I think we really need to build, I'd like to see Southeast Conference kind of take that on and build upon what Chelsea's doing with this conversation and really talk about agriculture. And I know, I think in Huna, there's people who do livestock. And, we should be talking about that for real, livestock and those things, and bring all of the foods that our people consume into a closer radius. And I think it's healthier. I think it's more sustainable. And I think it'll be better for our economy. Of course, the local businesses would be the first to prosper from better produce, better everything. So that's where Tlingit Haida stands ready to be a partner, because nobody can do this alone. It really takes that network that they're talking about, like hubs and partnerships throughout the region. You're not going to find one community to be the producer for everything. But if we can work together and develop a real agriculture plan through Southeast Conference, I think we could really prosper our region, reduce those food costs, and bring food security where we're really in a state of food insecurity.
Terry, and then we'll go.
Thank you, Chelsea, and your group there at the panel. As a restaurant owner and been in the business for 40 years, I would envision to make a success of this is be a circle. And part of that circle is what the product, if it starts wilting or people have the product. And I refer to the young lady from Mongolia this morning about waste. Americans are the most wasteful people on earth. We waste everything. My landfill bill is $50,000 a year, and a lot of it is food garbage. I would suggest to complete this circle that perhaps the food that you have that people can't use, that you have some part of the hub become a compost and bring it back, and it would embrace your product and make it more sustainable, and people would embrace it. I think even further, if you found some way to use that product in another manner. We used to have biodiesel. People would take, I have French fry oil that that we throw away. People used to come and take that and make biodiesel out of it. We've become so complacent and so lazy. I have to pay to have people come and take it away. Same way with cardboard.
Thanks. Jonathan, sounds like you ought to be talking to somebody here. Okay, we'll go to Andrew after this question.
Hello. As you are forming a co-op of businesses who need a commercial kitchen, may I recommend? Across the street from the plaza has been a restaurant for sale for several years. they have a ready-made commercial kitchen. Look for a restaurant in your community who is out of business. They have the loading dock, they have the parking lot. That restaurant is now converted into a storage, temporary storage, as that person who rents Tuesday to come into the kitchen to cook his or her product and needs a secondary location to process, can it, box it up. Then Wednesday, it's another company who's coming in for that. You have a ready-made real estate in a restaurant, in your co-op. We heard all week, there's money out there. Find that grant that would purchase that real estate on behalf of the co-op, and you're up and going for a commercial kitchen. Thank you.
We're definitely looking at different alternatives. But again, we're working on this feasibility study to really determine what the long-term needs are of the entire community for that kind of a cooperative space. And like one of the interesting things that comes up is, for example, you know, we have people that maybe they have a jam or jelly business and they're wanting to scale up and be able to sell their jams and jellies into tourist stores, into tour operators, things like that. But then you also have people that they're doing subsistence. They want to can salmon for their families. They want to be able to jar deer meat for their families. They want to be able to pick sea asparagus and freeze it, but maybe they don't have access to a big enough kitchen space to do it. But you can't have people bringing in deer meat in a DEC approved kitchen that a business owner is going to be using for their jams and jellies. So it's navigating, again, those like multiple uses, multiple stakeholders with different interests. How can we create a facility that addresses all of those needs? Because again, food security means different things for different people, but it's not just about some central planning and having enough food for if the barge doesn't come, then we can feed Ketchikan residents for 2 weeks, and that we're going to put that on the back of the government to solve that problem. I think one thing we've really talked about is that food security really means enabling every individual to have the tools and the access to resources to create food security for themselves and for their family and their loved ones, so that they don't have to be reliant on, again, large organizations and large corporations and entities that, you know, at the end of the day, you don't have any control for. So I think autonomy and self-reliance are really important pieces to this. And so thinking through all of those things definitely has to become part of the conversation. I don't know, Jen, do you want to talk a little bit more to Terry's point about the composting and the recycling side of it and how that is also working into this study that we're doing?
The waste piece is definitely a feature of the feasibility study as well. And composting is definitely one of the things that popped up right away as an opportunity. We have a lack of soil and an oversupply of food waste that could be turned into compost that could create soil. So it seems kind of silly that, yeah, we're packing a dump full of materials that could actually be used to serve the agricultural community instead of actually putting it back where it belongs. And we're paying how much per pound to ship up soil by the bag from the lower 48. So.
I think Anthony had a comment, and we'll try to get a couple quick questions in before you wrap up.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I wanted to touch on the demand piece for traditional food security, our traditional foods, I should say. And yeah, so this spring, we were able to purchase 14,000 pounds of herring roe on kelp from local fishermen, permit holders on the island. And that, you know, I was part of why that made it attractive for us to provide a solution for was there was a problem. And the problem was, or is, I should say, that most of that herring roe on kelp, almost 100% of that is exported. Right. And so it's very risky that way, and so on and so forth. Like, so the pricing wasn't that great. Some folks either sold their permits or just chose not to fish because it wasn't profitable. It wasn't lucrative enough for them. So we were able to bring in there and come in and spend some of our ARPA funds to give that a shot in the arm, to maybe stave off that idea in their head of selling a permit, which is exactly the opposite of what we want to accomplish here. And so to be able to put that discussion off for another year, give us some time. Coincidentally, right after that, we found a USDA grant opportunity for the local food purchase assistance grant. So I was very happy to be able to make what we did this year and make it better and have even more impact next year. And maybe that's the beginnings of keeping these permits local. Another piece of it too, is we have, at Plinkett and Haida, we have several, almost a dozen learning centers. That's like the language immersion nests. It's the preschools, so the Head Starts and such. Well, they have a defined need, right, of food protein that they feed their children, our children, twice a day. And they've been buying foods that aren't traditional food, right? And so they're usually processed, they're usually sugar rich, for all those things that we know, which are not put on level with the traditional foods, pale in comparison. And so it's a big part of what we want to do too, is bring accessibility to those learning centers. And so we're only about, my buddy Tony and I have about 10,000 more pounds to go, but we're the right people for the job. Also too, we've understood that there's a lot of programming, rightfully so, geared towards our youth and our kids, or culture camps and so on and so forth, but very few in the way that are geared towards adults. And so that's one way we've also tried to kind of tell that story, is providing those camp opportunities. Like we just recently had a smokehouse camp, fish camp in Juneau for the Juneau folks up there. And so that was very well received. And so, yes, I mean, we have so many tribal citizens that are yearning for that knowledge that hadn't been passed down to them, just because they're in the rural, or even in rural areas, there are several that don't quite get that upbringing. And so there's a strong need there. And then in addition to, so I like the idea of utilizing traditional food security. As we're out there on the land, on the water, we can take we can take science, like baseline data. We can take our own water sampling, sampling our meats, and so on and so forth, and kind of elevating the science platform there. And if you really want to grind my gears, we can get into the whole traditional ecological knowledge. It's a whole mouthful. And I hate that terminology, because it makes it different than science, right? And so as long as it's different than science, it's less than. And so I've been clamoring for a long time, like that's science. Traditional ecological knowledge is science. It is a way of understanding. So we need to stop. That's another opportunity for traditional food security too, to make that distinction. No, it's not less than, right? So I love that discussion.
All right, so if we can get maybe one or a second brief question and brief answer, we'll wrap up.
They say the worst thing you can do is give a Plinkett a microphone. Shaudaneke, Shaka Kak, Hakoinide, Pastekatwahan, President Richard Peterson, Plinkett and Haida. Respectful leaders, thank all of you for traveling such great distances, for sharing your information, how we can help each other back in our communities. We've just put a substantial amount of investment in kelp at home, which will create jobs for the community. I come from that era when I'll be 73 next month, when we've lived off the kelp, off the sea, off the land, when we can use seaweed. I see the Hawaiians using the black seaweed, mixing it with rice and whatever, and said, hey, that's our seaweed we get from home. And there's nothing better than the Lady of the Sea kelp with herring eggs. Everybody knows that in the room that loves herring eggs, and it makes the best salad. And not only that, it's healthy for you. I've been involved with healthcare for 43 years. It's about the healthiest food you can eat. So it's a blessing that we're doing this now, creating jobs, eating healthy food. And in our community with 87% unemployment, this will be a blessing. It's something I remember. I want to tell you one story about the Lady of the Sea with the long kelp. one of our best dancers ended up with arthritis. And they had to pack him on a boat to take him to Warm Springs and Baranoff and treat him with traditional medicine with kelp. They took him in a fall and he jumped off that boat when he came home in a spring. They used this kelp. Don't ask me how, they mix it with other things. This is just how important what you're dealing with is unknown to you and many of you. We've heard about it, we've read about it, but I've actually seen it. And I really appreciate all you're doing. And with our traditional food, I know the elder here, what you're doing is the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. So Andrew's had his hand up. If I can ask the next panel to get ready to come up here so we don't lose much time. Andrew, you'll be the final question.
That's coming from the candidates forum and then the comments on the waste stream. There was congressional designated funding request in the Interior and Environmental Bill on a commercial composting facility in Juneau. I don't know where that is, but I'm really grateful for Senator Murkowski for putting that forward and seeing where that goes, because so we know a lot of the municipalities are dealing with either filled up landfills or high costs of shipping material out, and figuring out how we keep that here and turn it into soil is really important. So just seeing where the policy pieces come together that we talked about here, and then where there's the needs and where there's the specific areas where some of those budgeting tools can help us meet some of those critical needs to catalyze some of these businesses. And I think that as the experience of some of those entities in doing that composting moves forward, and we can figure out how Southeast Conference can help share those out or create hubs for that for other communities to help with those costs, is something I look forward to in the coming years.
I agree, and a lot of the afternoon session will be devoted to such topics. So Chelsea, a wrap from you.
Pardon?
A-
I
Final word.
I don't know. Do any of you guys have a final word? I think I've said many words, more than I thought I was going to say as the facilitator of this panel.
I think in general, I've heard a lot of really great comments, and getting the context from some of the audience was really helpful for me as well. So thank you for that. I think that food security really, it just is going to take a lot of collaboration and creativity and thinking outside the box a little bit, because we are a rural community, but we are a unique one. This is the whole area of Southeast Alaska, really, and ways that we can connect with each other and supply each other with food and all the aspects that go into the food system, I think would be a really helpful way for us to create a little bit more stability that isn't so dependent on the lower 48.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for listening.
That is, it's not a new topic, but it's a topic that is very, very important. It's getting kind of a new awareness. Do I need to use, which mic do I want to use? You want me to use this mic? Can you hear me okay? All right. So we're moving straight into the next panel. For a minute there, I thought maybe you thought it was break time. Okay. So if our financing panel will come on up and take a seat. The goals of this committee, one of the reasons why I'm kind of doing a little push to get everyone up here. So maybe I should use two. Should I use two mics? Try that. Yeah. Yeah, if you need to have a conversation, you can take it outside the closed doors. But we want to be totally ready when our new congressman beams in. So Mary Peltola is supposed to try to beam in around 12:15. And we all want to hear from her. So we want to get through this panel as quickly as possible because we all want to hear from them. Okay, thank you. So this is exciting. There's a lot of information and a lot of great people. And this panel here is one that has specific. Okay. All right. We're all excited. Well, what's great here is that this can be the bridge between what you just heard of with these emerging businesses, what you just heard of the last couple of days with the big financing opportunities that are coming in, but how does that hit the ground? How do we translate from the programs that the federal and even the state sometimes is offering to your business, to those opportunities, to those regional priorities? So we've got a number of champions here, and I'm going to let each one introduce themselves, but because we're going to be potentially bandwidth challenged and want to be totally ready for Congressman Tola when she beams in, I'm going to ask Norma to come up and introduce herself, her colleague, and just kind of a brief overview of her resources that she has available, and then we'll go to Ada, and we'll continue on from there. So please welcome Norma to the podium. Thank you.
All right. I think we're the show me the money panel, right? Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Norma Lucero. I'm with the U.S. Small Business Administration. I'm currently the Acton Regional Communications Director for Region 10, which encompasses Oregon, Idaho, Washington, and Alaska. Alaska is my home state, and I'm out of Anchorage. Joining me behind me is our District Deputy Director, Jeffrey Salzar, who will be also delivering some remarks. In addition, on behalf of Steve Brown, our District Director, who is not able to attend both virtually and physically, he sends his regards, and he definitely said, Norma, I'm coming to the next conference. Like, okay. Maybe we'll do rock, paper, scissors. I don't know. We'll see. Jeff, before we get into the overall SBA and what we do and what we've gone through in the last couple of years, I'm going to turn the mic over to you, and then we'll go into our data and all our resources and programs that are available for small businesses. I think you're on mute.
Thank you so much, Southeast Conference, and Norma, for the introduction and allowing for me to attend virtually. Again, my name is Jeff Salzer. I am the Deputy Director for the U.S. Small Business Administration's Alaska District Office. I'll be brief because I want to get into the meat of the subject and talk about money and let the other folks introduce themselves. But we are excited to be here, and I want you to know that we work for you, and we are here to help your small businesses and entrepreneurs get access to the resources they need to be successful in the Southeast. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So we'll rewind time a little bit, and I can tell you at the SBA, it's been a roller coaster, and it continues to be a roller coaster for our small businesses. When the pandemic hit, and we were tasked to deliver unprecedented loans that many of you have probably heard of, the Paycheck Protection Program, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, I mean, you name it, we rolled out billions of dollars nationwide. And for the state of Alaska, what did that mean? It meant over 22,000 businesses applied for COVID relief monies. One of the things that I want to say and express a heartfelt thank you is to Robert and his staff. When all these monies were rolling in, and they're rolling in fast, we sat there going, there's only 3 of us who were, tasked to assist with the program delivery of these. And I reached out to John Bittner, the Director of Small Business Development Center. I said, John, how do we get the word out? Who are going to be our key partners in rolling out all these programs and awareness? And he, right at the top of the list was Robert's name. I want you to know he's been a champion and advocate of helping us deliver those programs to Southeast Alaska. And really, thank you so much. I actually got some hours of sleep when she came on board to help us out. Because it was fast. We were building the plane as it was flying. These programs, they were new to the SBA. And so we were the best kept secret. I think in some ways that's kind of gone away. I can't seem to go to a store or anywhere without saying, oh, you're the SBA, I got a PPP and I got this. So there's some lenders in the audience that I know I've spoken to, Wells Fargo, Ms. Dahl, I think is somewhere. And it just, I know that we have some really strong partners statewide who also historically were not SBA lenders. And after the pandemic, they said, you know what, we want to help our businesses to sign us up. So thank you so much to the lenders who are now certified to back our programs up, our SBA loans. Jeff, do you want to talk a little bit about the money, about where we are and what the future looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. I thought we were just doing introductions. The SBA has done throughout the PPP and the EIDL programs, when we think about those as our sort of disaster. But outside of that, we're looking at a total of 81 million in traditional SBA lending in fiscal year 2022, which so the federal government ends the new fiscal year begins October 1st. $23 million in 504 loans. 504 are those larger loans for capital equipment and building and land purchases. Outside of that, I mean, we've got an additional $57.5 million in our traditional 7A loan products. And 7A are your typical loans where you're looking for capital infusion to businesses for things like inventory or leasehold improvements, those sorts of things. And that, we've got them all across the state from, Fairbanks to Dillingham to Juneau to Bethel to Kenai to Ketchikan. So we've really seen an increase in loans on the 504 side. And then we're still seeing solid 7A lending. However, if you think about the amount of funds that went out through the Paycheck Protection Program and also through the Economic Injury Disaster loans, we would expect those 7A numbers to be a little bit lower. But Alaska's entrepreneurs are resilient, and they've been accessing capital in order to grow their businesses. Some of them used the opportunity of the pandemic to do some retooling. We're really seeing some phenomenal numbers coming out, and we're excited about 2023. On the PPP side of the house, so bear with me, I got to scroll down. It's an extremely large spreadsheet. But I just want to share a couple of numbers with you. This information isn't consolidated by the SBA. It's part of the FOIA release that they put up on their website. So I've been going through and kind of trying to clean up some of that data to share a little bit about the PPP in the Southeast. If we look at, for example, down in, Sitka, for example, over $40 million in PPP loans just to Sitka. Down on the Kenai, we're looking at about 21 million. Petersburg, $21 million in PPP loans. Again, we're seeing similar things across the state. So the disaster lending, while we all know was extremely difficult, it has had an impact on Alaska's small businesses. We're talking about a couple $2 billion of disaster capital infusion during the pandemic for the state of Alaska. That being said, I'll echo on Norma's comments. Alaska's lenders and our resource partners did a Herculean lift to keep our small businesses afloat, and not just afloat, but also in information sharing. And but for your local banks, we would not have been able to get the capital out to the small businesses that needed it most and keep them up. I know we've had a lot of challenges, but I'm extremely grateful for the work of our small business development centers, all of our partners, and specifically with Alaska's lenders. Your local banks make a huge deal in your lives, and having that connection locally is extremely important. We're excited to be able to offer our traditional lending programs as we continue to move forward, and I'm hoping to see that 81 million in FY27 increases significantly as Alaska's entrepreneurs and small businesses grow their businesses and find new markets. And I'd be remiss to say we've got some phenomenal export products. A lot of your small businesses are exporting indirectly, and those are available to them as well. It doesn't have to be a direct import. So hit us up and hit us up often so we can share different ways to innovate through a capital acquisition. We're also extremely excited this year to welcome on board for the first time in I believe Alaska's history or recent history, an SBA-approved microlender. So generally, we think of those 504 loans as multi-million-dollar loans. We think of those 7As as above above 50,000 in the $350,000 range loans. But what about those small businesses that need $5,000 to buy a used zero-turn mower to get a contract? We now have a SBA-approved microlender that can, in addition to provide those low dollar loans, provide the technical resources and capabilities to make those micro entrepreneurs successful.
Thank you, Jeff. And in lieu of time, I just want to say that all of our partners, which includes the Small Business Development Center, the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. I don't know if Debbie Franklin's still here with assisting us with export. These partners make it so instrumental to assist our business to succeed. So if you're thinking about starting your business, growing your business, expanding your business, recovering your business, the SBA, we are there to help you every step of the way and to ensure you're successful at that. akinfo@sba.gov. If you just email me there, say, hey, Norma, I'd like to know more about this program, that program, I'll make sure you get to the right place. So let me hand over the mic to Robert and we'll take questions, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. Thank you. Okay. Am I live? All right. Thank you very much. So I don't know, Jeff, do you have slides or you welcome to stay here at the table or?
No, I do not have any slides.
You can either take the podium, we're gonna have a conversation here. All right, excellent. Well, would you go ahead and just take the next few minutes to kind of give an overview? Ada is very well known in Ketchikan and really throughout Southeast, but just kind of talk a little, introduce yourself. Welcome to Southeast Conference. And just kind of give an overview, remind folks of some of the more utilized programs that they might be able to utilize as they take advantage of as they move forward in the next years, emerge out of this pandemic and into more vibrant opportunities for economic recovery.
Perfectly. Of course, I'm more than happy to do that. Again, my name is Jeffrey Johns. I work for the Alaska Industrial Development and Export Authority, or ADA. Certainly. I work alongside our Chief Investment Officer, a gentleman by the name of Morgan Neff, who I understand many of you had the opportunity to meet last year in Haines. And we're a small team of two, primarily focused in on our project investment and direct investments. And what I would like to do is briefly introduce ADA, talk about our mission role within the state, within the communities here in Alaska, and ultimately do highlight a handful of our projects and programs that I believe are going to be of value and of interest to everyone here in this room today. As you heard from Commissioner Sandy yesterday, ADA is a public corporation of the state of Alaska. And I think it's important to highlight that we are in fact a self-sustaining corporation of the state of Alaska. And what that simply means is that we do not receive any government funding or just selling it down as we simply pay our own way. ADA has been investing in Alaska and Alaskans since 1967 as the state's development finance corporation. And we have directed in excess of $3.5 billion towards economic development in the state. And we have also provided in the form of an annual dividend in excess of $400 million to the state since 1997. As the economic development corporation of the state, we are focused in on promoting, developing, and advancing economic growth and diversification within the state by providing various means of financing and investment. So to me, what this simply means is we're focused in on jobs, employment, economic benefit to Alaska and all Alaskans. We work as a partner and a facilitator with interested parties, project developers, project proponents, and financial partners on many different types of projects and industries. We're obviously in many communities throughout the state, of course, here in the Southeast. We are seeking to partner and advance economic priorities as a provider of patient capital. Simply what that means is that we're not looking to cash out within 2 or 3 years. We are in it for sustainable, long-term viable projects. When we look at a project to get involved in, there's a couple considerations that we seek to understand and that we would very much like to talk to you about when I do hope we have these conversations, is the project going to be a long-term sustainable investment? Is it going to benefit the community? Is it going to create benefits and ultimately to the community and ultimately to the state? And these considerations are important because, again, as a self-sustaining corporation of the state, the returns on our investments go back into reinvestment into our programs and projects so that we can offer these to the communities that we are involved in. And ultimately, as I highlighted, is a payment back to the state in the form of an annual dividend as approved by our board. Some of the projects and programs that we have available in no particular order are our development finance program. And under that, Ada has the ability to own, develop, operate, or directly finance a project. As an example, is Ada is the owner of the Alaska Ship and Dry Dock or the Ketchikan Shipyard here in town. Now, for these types of investments, part of our conversation that I hope that we do have is what we're going to try to understand in order for us to become involved is the operating experience of our potential partner. The sources of capital outside of what it is that you're looking to Ada for. The plans, the designs, the permits, how far along are you in the project? The status of purchase and revenue contracts. And what's available on our website are a couple of very interesting graphics. One is where we seek to invest in terms of a project continuum, and then our decision-making process in order for us to get involved. And I like to emphasize that we do very much want to get involved. We also have another program here that is widely used here in the Southeast. It's called the Loan Participation Program. In a snapshot, that program is Ada through participating banks can take up to 90% of a loan. We can provide favorable terms, and interest rates are actually published and available on our website. We can provide loan periods of up to 25 years to a maximum of $25 million. And what drives our loan participation program, again, from where I sit, is I firmly believe that this obviously does reduce debt service to our borrowers in terms of reducing your principal and interest payments, but it also works with our partner financial institutions to help increase liquidity for the banks, and which ultimately means that their dollars go further. Ada has the ability to be involved in bond issuances. We've historically been participating in excess of $1 billion of bond issuances, and those can be for new construction, expanses, or equipment. We have another program called the Sustainable Energy Transmission and Supply Program, which could very much applicable to hydro projects here in the Southeast. And this program has three components. Again, what I've mentioned is direct financing, loan participation, and bonds. We have two very interesting programs that ultimately are administered through Commissioner Sandy's office, DCD. One is the Small Business Economic Development Program. That particular program can provide financing of up to $300,000 with matching funds from our borrower. Again, very favorable terms, 25 years and incredibly competitive interest rates. The other is the Rural Development Program. And that is made available to smaller communities of either less than 5,000 or 2,000 individuals, and that's depending on where they are located in terms of whether you have connection to the road system or the rail belt. And these loans are max out at about $300,000. Again, very favorable terms of 25 years and incredibly low interest rates. In this particular example, it's 1% below prime. And despite the fact that it's going up, we still believe that it's quite competitive. Yesterday, the board approved the implementation and making permanent a program that we call the AK Ship program that the shipyard here in town has taken advantage of. And that particular program keeps vessel repair, cycle work, and maintenance here in the state, as opposed to sending it to the Southeast. And Ada will take on and finance those particular ship repair contracts that can range from $100,000 to 10 times that. And we're very pleased with that. And we've had several parties take advantage of that. And we're very excited that that board has now approved that to make it a permanent program. And lastly, these are not specific programs to advance Ada funds, but it can help facilitate the acquisition of funding, as Ada has the ability to provide guarantees. And lastly, is we are also able to provide letters of support, as we have recently done for Haynes related to the LUTAC dock development. again, this has been a very brief snapshot of who Ada is, what we can provide, and what, more importantly, what we want to do and how we want to partner with you. So I very much encourage everyone here to reach out to myself, come and talk to me. Come and talk, look on our website, ada.org, and you will find contact information of those individuals who manage those particular programs. If it's not myself, it's not Morgan. And please, we very much want to have a conversation and are very much interested in continuing our partnership here in the Southeast.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. And that's the real purpose here for the panel, is to introduce to you the faces of those resources so that you know who you're calling, who you're reaching out to, who you're going to grab at lunchtime, et cetera. And so Helen, love what you're doing around the region to support communities and economic development. But not everybody knows what you're up to. So introduce yourself, please, and please let us know
Yes,
what's happening.
am I on? Okay, great. Got it. Okay, I'm Helen Mickle. I'm the president and CEO at Tongass Federal Credit Union here in Ketchikan. And if you're not aware of what we have been doing, we've been kind of moving up the coast over the last few years. We are a community development financial institution and a low-income designated credit union. And with those designations, we're able to do some extra things that maybe hold back other traditional financial institutions. But as a credit union and a not-for-profit financial cooperative, our board and our leadership team decided that we want to be serving in the small communities of Southeast where other financial institutions won't go. So we have been opening community microsites in several small locations around Southeast. We have one in Thorn Bay, Heidelberg, Cape Huna, and we're looking at opening in Yakutat. And yay, John. You need to help me find another employee there, but we are ready. We're ready to open up in Yakutat. So it's been a really terrific experience being able to serve in these small communities. I love Southeast Alaska. You may have heard that we're also merging with Alps Federal Credit Union. So they are headquartered in Sitka. It's a very well-run credit union, but they were ready to step back and become part of a larger organization. So we are coming together, hopefully, with approval from our federal regulator. So as far as lending, I'm here to talk about lending. Because of the involvement that we've gotten in these small communities, we are purposefully trying to bring loans into small communities, right? So increasing lending in low-income communities, disadvantaged communities, underserved communities, Alaska Native, Indigenous communities is something that we've been really focused on. And last year I had an opportunity to apply for some special financing with extremely favorable terms that would help our credit union continue to grow and provide that kind of lending in those communities. And as part of that application, I told in the application, I should say, I said, I'm going to give $100,000 to grant $100,000 to Southeast Conference for a revolving loan fund for
Southeast Conference, the $100,000.
I just announced that we're giving $100,000 to Tonga or to Southeast Conference. Yes. As part of that application, which we were approved for. So I'm super excited to be able to announce that today. But I also just want to mention that we're not big check people. We are collaborative people. And I think that what really kind of provides the spirit in our giving is our spirit of the Tongass logo. So y'all probably saw me haul up a bag, but I got to show you. First of all, this is really important. I probably should be standing. David R. Boxley created our Spirit of the Tongass logo. He is a Tsimshian artist from Metlakatla, and we're super proud of this. He created it a few years ago, and I want to show it to you. So it's this section right here, the Spirit, and this is for Robert.
Awesome.
I think it's too big for you, and I brought a smaller one, but this was a size. Yes, and I brought one for Juliana too. So it's up here in my bag for you, Juliana. She's been a wonderful person to be working with. Yeah. And I know this is about lending, but I'm talking about what we're doing here. And I wanted to also share with you something that one of our board members, Gavin Hudson, is good friends with David Boxley. And he said, there's a meaning to that, Helen, when he came on our board in February. Helen, there's a meaning for your logo, and I think you need to get that out there. And I'm like, okay, I know there is, but I don't have anything written down. And he's like, let me get that for you. And so he got with David and he wrote this, and I want to share it with you because of what it represents. The Spirit of the Tongass design represents the ancient and modern inhabitants of the Tongass Forest. It represents the complex interconnected life systems of Southeast Alaska upon which we all depend. It reminds us to help one another because people like trees stand strongest when we stand together united. So that was written by Gavin Hudson with the blessing of Robert R. Boxley and David R. Boxley. And I just wanted to share that with you because that we really are collaborative. I think if we are standing together and we are united, the stuff that's happening at this conference is just incredible. And I appreciate everything everyone is doing here for our Southeast Alaska community. And I look forward to collaborating in the future with more of you. And I hope to see our region grow strong and thrive and carry on into the many years ahead of us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Helen. All right, thanks. So we are expecting the congressman, and I was told by her staff, she considers herself a fisherman, refer to her as a congressman. So until instructed otherwise, although I noticed her new staff have called her a congresswoman. So we'll try to do the right thing, but she'll be beaming in soon. So we'll pause as soon as we see her. While we're talking banking, I do want to reference a couple of the resources in the room. Matt, First Bank, great partner of Southeast Conference, the sponsor of this week. Where's David? David Byrne in the room. Jumping Jacks, wave your hand. Okay, well, we called them out. Northland Bank, they're also one of our sponsors and banking resources. So reach out to them as well. And one of the things that Jeff was talking about was, the readiness and of the borrower. One of the things I really appreciate about Spruce Fruit is they cover that full spectrum. Not only are they a CDFI of their own, which Elena will speak for herself, but the boot camp and the business development, that is just an awesome. I mean, when I have people come pitching projects to me, I'm like, have you gone through the boot camp? Do you know? And so if you don't know, let's listen to what Elena has to say about getting funding onto the streets and people ready for those funds. And when we see the congressman beam in, we'll just pause and then we'll wrap up from there.
Right. My name is Elena Peterson. There's Sitka Tribe of Alaska calling me. I grew up in Sitka and live there now with my family, and I'm the executive director at Spruce Root, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. We are a certified native community development financial institution. So similar to TFCU, we don't do banking. So we have the ability to do loans and we couple that with what we call development services. And what we're really well known for is our technical assistance services to entrepreneurs around the region. And our mission is to be a driver of regenerative economy across Southeast Alaska so that communities can forge futures that are grounded in this uniquely Indigenous place. And so although we do more than just financing priorities here in Southeast Alaska, I'm going to try and focus sharing with you the way we do support bringing financing and capital into the region. And so as I mentioned, we have a loan program, and our target market for where we direct most of our loans is to the most underserved communities in Southeast Alaska. So we try to focus our resources on communities outside of Sitka, Juneau, and Ketchikan, because they are the least served by financial institutions, but really excited that TFCU has been building their microsites and are showing up in the smaller communities in that way. And so we provide small business loans up to $250,000. We also do micro loans that are non-collateralized and collateralized, but for 50,000 or less. We also can do loan participations and guarantees. And we're currently working on launching a consumer lending product. And then I also want to mention we have credit builder program, credit builder cards through a partnership with Tongass Federal Credit Union. And those are available to people all around the region. And so excited about that. But definitely, we need to get more of those out there. And so if you know anyone that is struggling with, credit or even just financial wellness and understanding how to manage finances, send them our way, because we offer workshops in that, and we have a product to help them build their credit as well. And then with all that, as Robert mentioned, is our development services, or our TA. So we do a lot of workshops, and since COVID, we've been able to really bring those virtual, which has been great because we're reaching a lot more folks. And it's been astounding to see the demand just continue to increase each year. We're like, okay, we probably aren't going to get more next year, but each year we do. We have more demand for more workshops and more programs. And really what we're doing through those workshops is providing a space and time for entrepreneurs to learn how to set up their business correctly, get questions answered about their businesses, basically think through a business plan or develop a business plan, and then also connect with one another and learn about the other resources that are out there, and gain confidence as an entrepreneur and not feel like they're out there alone. I'm a small business owner myself, and it is lonely. And so a lot of what Spruce Root tries to do is just bring cohorts of entrepreneurs together so that they can connect and share lessons with one another, and know that, they're a part of this bigger group, and that there's groups like this out there that support them and that talk about them and think about them all the time. But when you're in it, you don't always feel that support. So I think that's really what Spruce Root's trying to bring through a lot of those programs. We also offer one-on-one business coaching. So for specific entrepreneurs that have specific issues or challenges that they want to get support to work through, we'll work with them. And all of those services are essentially free. Sometimes we will charge a nominal fee, but we really try to make the programs we do accessible to everyone. Additional financing opportunities I want to mention. We're currently working, and I'm really excited about the Mariculture grant. A part of that is a revolving loan fund. And so we've been working in the mariculture field for a few years just to support it as we can. And so we'll be helping to deploy those loan funds. And so if you're interested in getting a farm going and you don't know how to finance it, there is a solution out there. Or if you know someone who's interested, there are ways to get it done. You don't have to have the dollars in hand. We can help you with that. There's also an interesting program called the State Small Business Credit Initiative, the SSBCI. This program is still kind of being built out as far as how, I'm gonna have to stop now. I don't have a sweater or a small grant. I just wanted to put that out there for Southeast Conference. I apologize.
So, Congressman, can you hear us okay? Let's see if we can hear you. You're on mute, I think.
You're coming in 4x4.
We'll see if you can hear the very warm welcome from Southeast Conference.
It's wonderful to be with you. Thank you.
We are just thrilled. We have a congressman in Congress, and congratulations. Is this by any chance your first official address to an organization during your tenure?
It is. It is.
Awesome.
I'm very
We love
happy.
that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be with you at your Southeast Conference. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but obviously we've got a very short time frame to work out some unresolved issues here in this U.S. House of Representatives. I was able to be sworn in on Tuesday. I had my family here from Alaska. It was a wonderful event. I don't think I've ever felt so welcomed anywhere I've ever been new to. And of course, a lot of that, almost all of that has to do with Congressman Young and his wonderful, long-standing working relationships with every member of the House of Representatives. As the Dean of the House, he personally had welcomed every single member of the House when they were freshmen. And so everybody considered themselves a friend of Don. So it's been wonderful coming in and finishing out the remainder of his term. I'm so new. I am, we just got a key to the office yesterday, I believe, or Tuesday. I'm still trying to get onboarded in terms of HR. I am filling out W-9s and things like that. So not even on the payroll yet, but I am excited to folks know that I do have 4 people officially in the official office. You may be as happy as I am to know that the chief of staff is originally from Ketchikan. It's someone most Alaskans know. He served as Don's chief of staff for the last 10 years, and that's Alex Ortiz. And we also have Claire Richardson doing constituent work. Josh Wilson is doing communications. And then Hector Jimenez is also on board. He's doing scheduling in the short term here. And as you all know, there are just 9 days left for the House of Representatives to conclude their work. So we have a very tiny window to get some wins for Alaska. I've already been working with Congressman Jared Huffman from California on the reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which I had testified in November on, and Congressman Young and Congressman Huffman had a handshake deal on some negotiations between their 2 bills just a couple days before Congressman Young's passing. And so we have been working out, he's been letting me know what some of those agreements were, and we will be having a markup on Magnuson-Stevens on Wednesday. So I'm looking forward to that. I have been officially appointed to the House Natural Resources Committee. I'm over the moon about that. Every committee is a good committee, but I think the Natural Resources Committee is a perfect fit for Alaska and some of the work that we want to get done. Another priority of mine is to move the ball forward on opening Willow. As you all know, it's an oil field up in Prudhoe Bay, up on the North Slope, I should say. And I am hopeful about that. So many good things have come out of the infrastructure bill. It's a very, very good package for Southeast Alaska, especially in terms of the Marine Highway. I want to let you know that I am working very well already with Senators Murkowski and Sullivan, and just really pleased to have a complete delegation now for Alaska, and I'm so happy to be here. And with that, I'm happy to take a question or two.
Well, so we have one of our regional champions that is obsessed with helping communities with energy costs. And I don't know if the name Jody Mitchell has come across your radar more than 15 times in the last 2 weeks. But Jody, would you like to come up and ask the very first question to the very first official availability from our Congressman in DC? Here you go.
Oh, can you see me?
I
am so excited. I'm so
Hi,
excited
Jody.
for you, and I'm going to be there next week.
Good.
I know you're really busy, but I just want to find out how I can get in to see you.
Jody, we'll make sure that you and I have dinner when you come to town.
Okay, great. So I'll be there between Tuesday and Thursday.
Okay.
I can't wait to see you, and we're all so excited. You should see this room full of smiling people. We had our candidate forum this morning, and you were missed, but it was very entertaining.
Well, yeah, work calls. I'm busy rolling up my sleeves, working on wins for Alaska.
Yeah, well, we're all so proud of you, Mary. Thank you so much for serving.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you. And we'll put up a list for everybody else that would like to have dinner with you next week and the week after. And the week after that, we've the sign-up sheets here. No, we very much want to make ourselves available to you as the resource for the region. So as you and your staff are representing us and looking for information, we are here for you. You were very responsive to our invitation way back before you receive these official duties. So we appreciate the fact that you made every attempt to be here physically and then now virtually. We promise your staff we would not keep you much longer. So thank you for your graciousness to be here and to remain. But thank you so much. We wish you the very best and just thank you. We wish you the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Turn the camera off.
Oh, that is great. Thank you. It's just lovely. Ilani.
Thank you. We've had almost 300 people gathered physically or online. And so your message and your greetings and your representation of us is noted for the record. So thank you again.
Thanks so much. I wish I could be there and I'm looking forward to seeing you all really soon.
We'll rain check you for that. Thank you. Take care.
Okay.
There you have it. Woo! Doesn't get much better than that. So guess what? Oh, we have one more special guest about to beam in. Believe it or not, it's just the people. That's what I love about the reason you gather here from every corner of the region compels our leaders to come and say, you know what? The whole region's there. We want to be there. Secretary Vilsack could not arrange his schedule to be here. They actually tried to get him here physically and then virtually. So he's asked the Deputy Undersecretary to greet us and kind of give us just a real brief forecast of what we're going to be addressing after lunch. Where's Julia? Julia. There's our state director. Would you come on up or be prepared to come up and introduce your boss when she comes online? So if you would be prepared to do that as soon as she appears, we will. There we go. How you like that, boy? When you got it, you got timing's everything. So.
Hello, everybody. I'm Julia Nelica, State Director for USDA Rural Development, and I'm thrilled to be introducing our Deputy Undersecretary, Farah Ahmed. I'm really looking forward to having her come up here to Southeast Alaska. So I'm looking forward to having you guys all reach out to her and inviting her up.
So a warm welcome for our Deputy Undersecretary, please.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. I jumped on actually a few minutes ago, and I got to see the panoramic shot of everyone in the room. And if I didn't feel like I was missing out before, I certainly do now. What an incredible room full of amazing leadership. And so even though I can't be there today, I just want to say I bring you greetings from Secretary Vilsack and from Undersecretary Xochitl Torres-Small. I will certainly make a visit to Southeast Alaska, as Julia mentioned, and I couldn't be more thrilled to at least be here with you today virtually. Before I get started, I just want to take a quick minute to introduce myself to those of you who may not know me. I've been the Deputy Undersecretary here at USDA Rural Development for a few months now, but prior to that, I was actually Chief of Staff here for the last year and a half. I started day one of the Biden-Harris administration But this isn't my first time at USDA Rural Development. In fact, many, many years ago, I actually started my career in federal service at USDA Rural Development in the Rural Business Cooperative Service. And there's a reason that I keep coming back to USDA Rural Development and that I'm back here now. And it's really because of Rural Development's mission to really make sure that there's strong rural prosperity in rural communities across the country. And it's really our focus on bridging the divide so that everyone, no matter where they live, can have a healthy life full of opportunity. Several of you in the audience have probably worked with the former Deputy Undersecretary for Rural Development, Justin Maxson. He was an incredible colleague of mine. He still is a dear, dear friend of mine. And if any of you know him, you know he undoubtedly had a passion for finding new ways to invest in local capacity in Southeastern Alaska, a passion that I am committed to carrying forward in his legacy and working in partnership with you all. So last year, under his efforts, he actually helped secure a cooperative agreement with you, the Southeast Conference, to facilitate the growth of mariculture, the mariculture industry on Prince of Wales Island. And so we're excited about that ability to partner with you in a new and different way. And then we were excited to hear that even earlier this month, the Southeast Conference was awarded an EDA Build Back Better Regional Challenge grant to further develop an Alaska mariculture cluster. So congratulations. The Undersecretary and I are really excited for possibilities like that in the future to really help support this region and to really develop relationships and trust with new and more partners. So it was a little over a year ago that USDA actually announced its investment in financial and technical assistance for the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy to really support a diverse economy, enhance community resilience, and conserve natural resources. So we're excited to see the progress of that strategy. And I know you all will be headed to workshops right after this to continue that work to support locally driven long-term solutions. And we're really eager to see what the future holds. The partnerships that were really developed through that strategy with tribes, Alaska Native corporations, partners, and other communities is really crucial to identify additional investments across the federal government to really support that economic growth. So as part of that strategy, you may remember that our Secretary Tom Vilsack, really brought together USDA across our agencies. So he brought together the Forest Service, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and the missionary I work for, Rural Development, to really come together with a one USDA approach. It's our job at USDA to work better together so we can better serve you. And through that one USDA approach, we're able to work with leaders on the ground for those really innovative and sustainable solutions to reflect Southeast Alaska's rich cultural heritage and all of the incredible resources. So through that one USDA approach and our longstanding relationships with Southeast Conference, with Tlingit and Haida, Central Council, and Spruce Root, we're really excited to grow that work with you, and we thank you for your partnership. But in order to really advance that prosperity and self-reliance, you must continue to work with you to build that capacity. And really through the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy, USDA will continue to commit to focus on tribal and indigenous interests, natural resources, infrastructure, and community capacity. Our goals are alongside your goals, and we're committed to supporting transition, building capacity, and really focusing on those key partnerships. And we really believe that Southeast Alaska is one of the best places to launch a new way of working with USDA. You know, this one USDA approach, it isn't easy, but we know it's so important. And we know that launching it here is an honor and a privilege, and it makes sense because Southeast Alaska is poised to take this work and build on it exponentially. It's really the perfect demonstration of decisions that should be locally made, but with federal support in making local visions become a reality. So USDA Rural Development, you know, we're investing in rural communities because we know that a strong community is really rooted in its people. And we're committed to strengthening small business, expanding broadband, increasing renewable energy production, local and regional food production, water and sewer infrastructure, healthcare, housing, outdoor tourism in Southeast Alaska. We really want to be a partner with you through it all. And one of the ways that we are investing in the people of rural Alaska is really with reliable high-speed internet that brings new and innovative ideas to the rest of the country. And I want to just mention a couple of those partnerships regarding high-speed internet infrastructure that has happened through our programs and with partnership in Alaska. So this past summer, Alaska Power and Telephone Company did receive a USDA Reconnect grant, which is one of our flagship high-speed internet programs. And that grant was to expand fiber optic connectivity to communities on Prince of Wales Island. And that project actually is bringing fiber optics to an estimated 1,200 residents, 45 businesses, and 1 school. And the project really builds upon a previous award to C-Link, which deployed fiber to the premises networks. And then another project I want to mention along our focus on high-speed internet is really a project where we partnered with Cordova Telecom to improve rural e-connectivity. And that was for about 270 households in Yakutat. So connectivity, we know, is just one way that we can support growth and prosperity, and really drives positive changes in rural communities. And while I highlighted a few broadband projects, I just want to say I'm incredibly impressed just with the investments that have already taken place for tribal and indigenous interests. It's really phenomenal what's transpiring. And I know that we're at USDA, we're ready to learn from you all and learn how to work better in partnership with communities like yours. And we're going to apply those lessons that we learn across the country. And so we're committed to just this incredible partnership in Southeast Alaska because, rural America, like the rest of Southeast Alaska, it's really hometown America. It's more than just a great place to live. It's really about people and the American spirit and character. And we are always making the case and showcasing just how rural people provide everyday essentials that the rest of the country depends on. And we know that when rural people thrive, that all of America thrives. And so Southeast Alaska, it's full of beautiful natural resources. That includes the Tongass National Forest and many tribal cultures. And so a region like this is so important to highlight and to support. And so I'm so impressed with this regional collaboration with everybody in the room today. And we look forward to partnering with you to continue to make meaningful investments. There's such an incredible opportunity right now through the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Inflation Reduction Act. There's so much opportunity for rural communities and for Southeast Alaska. And we hope to help communities in Southeast Alaska really leverage those opportunities. So I also don't want to end without thanking Julia Nalika, who introduced me. She's our incredible Rural Development State Director in Alaska. She's an incredible partner for me and a thought leader. I also want to thank Keith Perkins, our area director in Alaska, who's really been instrumental in this one USDA approach. Both are attending the conference today, and their knowledge and expertise has been instrumental in moving the strategy forward. So please do find them and connect with them during the upcoming workshop if you haven't already today. So I just want to thank you again for inviting me to be here, for your participation in this incredible conference, for your leadership in advancing the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy, and for the strong partnership that you have with us here at USDA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Deputy Undersecretary. We really appreciate it.
Okay, so I don't think we're not, I mean, do we end with a whimper or a bang? Huh, we don't even want to end. Where's Ashley? It's Ashley. Ashley. Come. We have a special treat for lunch and we're going to go have lunch. So we're going to come tell folks about this. Through the incredible generosity of ASME and Sea Alaska, we've got a special lunch plan with special products. So come tell us what we're in treat for.
Thank you, Robert. Well, surprise, you guys have actually already enjoyed the treat that we provided. I think the lovely catering department here has incorporated some fabulous Alaska seafood products throughout the week, including, I believe it was on Wednesday, at lunch, we had the pastrami style Alaska seafood medallions that were served with the salad. And then at the reception that evening, we enjoyed some wild Alaska sablefish from Alaskan Leader. And then there are a number of other products, but the through line between all these products and why we wanted to serve them here at Southeast Conference is their example of the amazing product innovation that's happening across the Alaska seafood industry. And they are the winners of the Symphony of Seafood competition that's held every year and hosted by the by AFDF. There is a call for open call for products right now. I believe the deadline, I don't know if Julie's here, is mid-October. If you know anyone that's working on a mariculture product or Alaska seafood product, doesn't necessarily have to be an edible product. There's a beyond the plate category, but we really want to recognize the innovation that's happening coming from our blue economy. So I'm not actually sure what's being served for lunch today. I'm sure it's delicious, but keep your eyes out for some of those really exciting products from Alaska's waters that may be in your freezer section. They may be something you can order online. They might be at your local grocer, but lots of ways to highlight the amazing foods coming from our water. So thank you, Robert.
All right, well, on behalf of ASME, I see Linda over there from the landing and who's been doing most of the catering. So let's thank her, ASME, see Alaska, our panel. Let's go have lunch. Right after lunch, we're going to start with a panel discussion and break out into what exactly is this Southeast Alaska, strategic strategy all about, and how are we going to take the next step? So grab your lunch, come on in, and we're going to just finish strong. Thanks. Pleasure. An introduction. Yeah, no, it's more about the relationship. So like getting you plugged in, you're reminding them the programs are there. If we had the time, we would have explored, about. Well, that's okay. I mean, we are always available, right? So that's important. panel. If the one USDA panel wants to start migrating up this way, the much acclaimed Keith Perkins is going to head this direction. And everybody else, if they want to start gathering in a little bit, as you finish your lunch, gather in.
I like your boots.
Hey.
Those of you that signed up to go out to Ward Cove to see the new dock, the van is out here and will leave about 1:30. Probably back 3-ish would be my guess, and they can drop you where you need to go once you're back to town. Thank you.
No, all of us are gonna be up here. There's like 9. Yes, yes. We should be the last 3. We're at the bottom of the line. Or the top if you come this direction. We've got 9 seats up here. I think we've got a seat for you here. Then somebody can always be up here. Hey, before people, we get diving into the last session here and the rest of you like Mark Shear. Hey, Marcos, can you hear me? Hey, would you help me with a round of applause for our IT guys? They have been just phenomenal. I mean, we keep throwing curveballs at him and say, hey, can you throw this on the screen? He says, where is it? I says, right here. He says, okay, he just figures it out. So really appreciate that. So guys, thank you. If we are about ready, then I guess, Barb, I'm gonna grab something here and go take my seat until it's my turn to be somebody. So.
Hi, everybody. It's an honor to stand up here with this group of people and talk a little bit about the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy. I'm going to start with a quick overview of what the sustainability strategy is from the USDA perspective, but really we're just standing up behind our regional leaders to in a nutshell, to support locally led, locally driven projects in whatever way we can. So being here today with all of these fine folks and all of you is really just a culmination of 1 year of work. So I'm going to start off with a short presentation about the sustainability strategy. We do have a lot of folks that have joined us virtually to learn more about next steps because we funded quite a few projects across the region. I did put a project list on everybody's table. So if you want to see the good work and some more detail about the different projects, every single table should have some of the project lists. Let's see. So what is the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy? Let me grab my notes because I can't see that. Oh yeah, I can see it from here. So last year in July, Secretary Vilsack announced the strategy, and it had 4 prongs to it, really. He expected a One USDA team in Southeast Alaska to support and enhance diverse economies, communities, and cultural resilience, and conserve natural resources here in Southeast. It had 4 prongs. He expected us to engage in meaningful consultation with tribal nations and Alaska Native corporations and engage with partners and municipal governments. He announced an end to large-scale old growth timber harvest and expected us to focus our resources to support restoration, recreation, climate resilience, and sustainable young growth management. And he proposed that we restore the 2001 roadless rule. And to kick it all off, he allocated $25 million to, for us, the One USDA team, to invest in Southeast Alaska over the course of the year. That was a pretty big lift and unexpected. And so we really wanted to do things differently. And so we asked, we engaged the public, and many of you guys participated in that, in figuring out what we wanted to ask, what should we invest in? And so we did a 30-day focused engagement period last September. And through that process, we received over 270 investment ideas valued at over $276 million. Some of these were just sentences, and some of them were really well thought out proposals, but we took them all and then considered them through a process where we screened the proposals for quality and then really looked to see whether the portfolio that we finally selected met the USDA commitment to ecological, economic, and cultural sustainability, included a strong set of partners, represented a priority economic sector as identified by our friends at Southeast Conference and Central Council of Tlingit Haida with the SEDS, whether it addressed critical community capacity needs, and also we had an equity lens on there, really trying to see whether there was any historic or structural decisions that contributed to inequitable access in the past. How did that all shake out? We invested $12.5 million into projects that covered tribal and indigenous interests. And then the other 50% was split between natural resources, a big focus on restoration and young growth transition, infrastructure, and community capacity. The Forest Service, the Rural Development, and the Natural Resource Conservation Service each had individual agency portfolios valued at $25 million. And you can see those splits up there on the screen. So here's the list of projects. It's also there on your tables. And I'm not gonna read through each one of these, but when we looked at the projects that we invested on, it's $25 million, 70 individual projects, and 32 organizations received funds. The list is long. It reflects the hope, the dreams, the resilience, the creativity, the leadership of all of you. If your community, your tribe, your organization is not on this current list, please just still keep in touch with those of us at USDA that are here to support you, because we want to support your projects. And that's Keith Perkins that you want to reach out to for rural development, Samia Sowell from Natural Resources Conservation Service, and you can go through me for the Forest Service. But if your name's not up here, we still want to work with you. And we have a really adept team of grants and agreements folks that are making these things happen. We decided that half of these, one of the mechanisms we really struggled with our federal mechanisms to get these dollars out. And we looked at a new mechanism, and this is what Farah in her address really referred to. We're investing into 3 regional strengthening agreements. Almost half of the 25 million is going to flow through Southeast Conference, Central Council of Tlingit Haida, and Spruce Root. And they're going to be do subawards to over 25 of those projects of the ones I listed before, which is really an amazing model for us. We are still figuring out the details. So for those of you that are attending that are on that list of subawardees, stay tuned. We'll talk a little bit more about that after the panel. But we're still figuring out how to make all these mechanisms work. One of the things I know I'll steal Keith's thunder. We're still building the bus as we're driving the bus. But the other part of those subaward agreements is this regional strengthening. Those three organizations have worked together for a while, and we're just providing some additional capacity to help us as USDA and us as a region thrive through regional strengthening agreements and some common work to streamline federal funding processes for the USDA. So what does SAS success look like? And this is the last slide I have. You know, if we're focusing on collaboration and capacity building here in Southeast, USDA wants to be at the table. And we want to collaborate with partners to bring change, solutions, and results to the challenges we face that we can't solve on our own. We want to continue to build and strengthen our local relationships. We acknowledge that each one of us has a role in strengthening our regional economies. We want to demonstrate success through these regional strengthening agreements and ability to overcome challenges with examples. It is being looked at as a model for the rest of the country and how USDA operates. We want to continue to streamline and innovate and incorporate SAS principles into our normal course of agency operations. And we want to be able to use some of the projects that we've defined through the sustainability strategy to define co-management and shared stewardship through project implementation and new opportunities. And really, ultimately, we want to capitalize on the strength of One USDA, other federal agencies, and our partners. So we're going to continue to grow SAS. We're on this road together, and we're looking forward to whatever's next. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to who wants to speak next.
I just want to apologize. I'm going to have to leave a little bit early from this panel because I have the really great honor of being able to go to Prince of Wales this afternoon because they're actually having a salmon bake there where we are going to be meeting with the community of Klawock. And we'll be talking about our stewardship program. And that's one of the projects here that you'll see on page 5. And that's for the Tribal Conservation District where there's a forest stewardship work crew with a youth program component. And so they're going to be having the community there to come and ask some questions about it. And I'm really thrilled to be able to be actually doing this work on the ground. So I actually came into this job about 6 months ago and getting to come down to Juneau to hear about SAS with our undersecretary and deputy undersecretary. It was pretty much the first thing that I had the opportunity to do in this role. And it was just so exciting to me because I think, you know, for a lot of people who have worked with the federal government, things don't move that quickly. But this SAS is really an effort by this administration and especially Secretary Vilsack with the support of all of One USDA here in Alaska and also back at National to be moving as Elena, like when I hear this being said at the speed of trust, you know, I just think about you and President Peterson walking into those rooms and having the conversations where they're just vibrant, but also really honest about the capacity that we and the need for that trust as well to build the capacity and to build these projects. One thing that I really have been so thrilled to see down here in Southeast is I think that this is the perfect proving ground to be able to make these decisions on the ground and for the federal government to relearn how to interact, especially within rural development. I think that oftentimes these decisions are made under the auspices of rural development, but they're made very, very, very far away from us. And to have leadership that genuinely and honestly wants to engage on the level of communities has really given me a lot of hope in this job and really has given me a lot of faith that we can move forward in a different way. And it just makes me so excited that we're able to do that here in Alaska. When I got the opportunity to sit across from Secretary Vilsack about 4 weeks ago or so, I was thanking him for doing this work here in Alaska. And he said to me, "Is it going to work?" And myself and also the Deputy Undersecretary Maxon, without hesitation, said yes. And it's yes because of you. It's yes because of the leadership in this room, the people who are working on the ground to strengthen their region. And not only will you be able to be a model for other parts of the nation, but I also hope for other regions of Alaska. So thank you so much, Gunolchish, Hawa. Thank you for all of your hard work down here, Anabasi, from an interior girl. And I really, please reach out to me. Reach out to me with any questions that you might have, with any concerns, because that is how Alaska works. We don't silo ourselves. We work together to advance all of our story, because we are a small population in a big, huge, wonderful place. And I have so much hope for us.
Now, I couldn't agree with Julia's words more. You know, Elena says it, moving at the speed of trust is so important, because we couldn't do this without these trusting relationships. You know, I've worked with Elena for years. I trust her. I've worked with Robert for years, so I trust him. But I come from the village where, you know, we've all had to wear so many hats. And I can tell you, you know, from the village standpoint, I'd be like, why is this going regional and why are we subawards? The reality is, if we hadn't done this, the money wouldn't be coming to Alaska. It wouldn't, this is a huge shift. And, you know, for 27 years, I've been an elected person in community and regionally. And I've been so sick and tired of federal programs that were cookie cutter, didn't really truly fit us. We were kind of shoehorned into them. And I always said, you know, we go after funding and it's always the tail wagging the dog. Well, this is the first time we're the dog wagging the tail, I think. And we're able to make decisions locally. These are all locally driven projects. All the sub-awardees made these applications. And so we're going to work in a new way. And so when we talk about failure, and whether Secretary Vilsack, who's been incredibly supportive of this, and when we did our SAS announcement a little over a week ago, I had to laugh, because when he was finally able to join us, he said he probably couldn't answer the questions. He turned to his staff. I don't know that he ever turned to his staff. He actually knew what we were talking about every step of the way, which kind of blew my mind, quite honestly, because, you know, you think it's going to be the local folks, but they've had such a good synergy between every level on their end that he is fully up to speed on what we're doing. And I've never seen that before. So it's, when he asks, is this going to work? We can't afford to fail, because this is what we've been asking for in my entire adult life in service, is we want local control. We listen to, you know, candidates talk about local control. This is local control. This is us deciding what projects. And when you look at Spruce Root, Tlingit and Haida, and Southeast Conference, we pretty much represent every sector of Southeast. I mean, as close as you'll ever possibly get. And so I think that also is a real testament of why this can work and will work. And I know that I don't know how to give up or take no. I don't even come close to like Elena and Robert and that. So yeah, like the three strongest willed personalities that you can get. We can't fail. We won't fail. And the best part is, when I look down at Barb and I look at Gabe and everybody on, Julia, Keith, we all want this to be successful. Like, we are busting our tails to make sure it is. And these guys have worked different than any, you know, you always, government bureaucrats, they're in this with their whole hearts, because this is what they want to see too. You know, they want to see, you know, local decisions. I couldn't do their job where they always have to be like, I'm sorry, this is the law and this is the way it's done, and we can't do this and can't do that. And now for the first time, we're turning it upside down and doing it the other way.
I'm not really sure if I'm supposed to be facilitating this or not. I'm so used to Robert taking over for everything, but let's turn it over to, let's have Elena go next.
I mean, I don't know what I echo what's already been shared. This is a new way of doing things with the federal government that I haven't experienced in my career, which is really exciting. And it's not just us up here, it's a lot of people that are part of this. You saw the list of folks and organizations that are getting funding. And to me, what the most exciting part of this is that we are a region of about 70-some thousand people, right? And we're a huge geography, and we have so much potential and opportunity here. And everyone that lives here knows that and feels that. And I just think about how a small group of people can, change the world. And it's all that ever has. That's a quote that I did not come up with. It's Margaret Mead. Yeah, Margaret Mead quote. But it's so true. And I just see that is embodied in Southeast Alaska. And that's really behind what motivates me to do the work I do every day. Because I really believe like we can do some amazing stuff here in Southeast Alaska if we just get out of our own ways and learn to work together and collaborate and address challenges with solutions and not pointing the finger or blaming or feeling driven through our own fears. And I just see that the shift is happening, and this program, the SAS funding, really represents that to me. And so it's just really exciting. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the challenges that lay ahead. But I think the 25 million that's going to get spent down through this first tranche of funding will be really launching us into a next wave of the future for this region.
Right, and let's round out this with Robert, and then we'll go to some of our One USDA partners.
There's not much more to say. I mean, and the beauty of this is that we don't have to learn to work together. We've already been working together for years. We have the relationship, we have the collaboration, the will, and we know we must succeed. And we know for this program to be repeated, it has to succeed. And since it will succeed, it must be repeated. Okay, we got that. All right. So that's our incentive. But the thing that I really am excited about here, it's the kind of the old adage, give a person a fish, they eat for a meal. Teach them to fish, and they can survive, they can thrive. And sure, you can go to the agency, you can get a grant for a project. But this is much more than just getting a grant. This is an opportunity to collaborate, to fit projects into a broader scope than it might have originally envisioned. It's working with project proponents that may not have already the administrative capacity that they can grow that. I'm such a big fan of Spruce Roots Boot Camp and the advocacy work they do to help prepare entrepreneurs and aspiring business people to succeed. Because sure, agents, believe me, we've all seen federal agencies throw money at great intentions that didn't have legs and failed. And this type of partnership will enable these organizations and these grantees to ultimately be able to stand on their own and pursue other federal funding opportunities through other programs that are available, which is what I love about the collaboration with the One USDA, is that it's not just, it's hard enough to penetrate one, but here now you get the whole cafeteria. And there's so many different programs that each of them have that now we'll have better access to, that we can bring together and see how we can, set the buffet for the region in many years to come. So thanks for the opportunity, and we're ready.
If I can just add to, if you look at the projects that are funded, it's kind of the gamut, right? And I think it speaks to a lot of what we heard all week that are issues, from water to food security, all these different things. I think as we're successful, it's going to force them also, if we can pull this off, and we're gonna demand it, is that this just gets bigger. We bring more funds and we're gonna show through success that there's no better way to do this than local control, local voices. And, I'm sure everybody's looking at this and they're like, well, what about me? Yeah, let's grow this and make sure you don't have to ask that question again, but we've got to prove this success, and I believe we're going to.
Thank you so much for that. So we have our USDA partners sitting here as well. And I think I'd love to give everybody an opportunity to talk a little bit about SAS from their perspective. And NRCS might have the smallest SAS portfolio, but I'm just going to say small but mighty, because NRCS does so much work across Southeast Alaska, and it's kind of a one-woman show. So Samia. I mean, there's people obviously helping you, but.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Yeah, it's been a great opportunity to almost reinvigorate my relationships with most of the people at this table. As has been mentioned, we already had a pretty strong working relationship, and this announcement just sort of codified that and reminded us to really meet and discuss what we're doing much more frequently than we had been in the past few years, and talk about sort of that cross-pollination of the various programs that we already have in-house. So with the SAS announcement, when we all know, because Barb just talked about how we asked for ideas and we got an order of magnitude more in terms of dollar figure, the ideas that are out there. And we all know from living in this region that there are far more opportunities than even that. And so NRCS, the mission of NRCS is to assist private landowners who are engaged in agricultural or forest production with conservation of their natural resources. In the past 15 years, I've been with NRCS for 20 years now in Southeast Alaska. And only for the past 15 or so have I been in charge of our regular suite of programs. And if you can imagine implementing those programs in the lower 48, there's kind of a normal bell curve of things that you might do working with grain farmers and cattle producers to help them conserve natural resources. And here in Southeast Alaska, we're sort of on the tail ends of that normal bell curve of what an NRCS office would typically do. But we know, especially from discussions today about food security, there are a lot of opportunities for improving the production of agricultural products, but also we have an amazing landscape and amazing resources in our natural environment that provide an opportunity for another type of agriculture or production on the landscape. With that in mind, I've been working with private landowners in Southeast Alaska and I look back through our portfolio of contracts and programs, and it averages out to about $2 million per year that NRCS contracts to Southeast Alaska landowners. The vast majority of those dollars are obligated to what are called historically underserved. So Alaska Native, Asian American, Hispanic, beginning farmers and ranchers, and people who are considered to be limited resource, or folks who are living below the median income for their area. So the vast majority of our program dollars are being obligated to people who fall within one or more of those categories. And all of that money, as far as I'm aware of, has been spent by either those landowners implementing, putting conservation on the ground themselves, or contracting to contractors who are Southeast Alaska business owners. And so when we talk about sustainability, we're also talking about ensuring that government funding that comes down to our region is spent within our region and is used to help facilitate things that will benefit our communities and our economy over the long term. So my hope is that as we continue our dialogue about the sustainability strategy, that we really have that eye on sustainability, helping to improve our workforce capacity, helping to steward our natural resources so that we have food security over the long term, and that we have that eye towards the future.
Great. Keith, do you have some words about rural developments at work?
I'll be brief. No, I'm not gonna be
Please,
brief.
please be brief.
I've heard your brief before, so.
Yeah. You know, yes, I am that guy that won those plane tickets last night. Yeah. Yeah, I do have 6 proposals already. I might be married by 3 o'clock. We'll see. You know, well, you guys know me, you know, I've been with this job for, yep, I'm your campaign manager. Yeah, I've been with this agency for 26 years. And I think I've been coming to Southeast Conference since I was a 31-year-old assembly member. So I've been around a while, around this group. And before Julia came into my life as my state director, we had no state director. And for the first time in 26 years, I've got the deputy undersecretary calling me almost every day about this idea. And I love that I was at an employee employee association event in Bismarck, North Dakota. And down the hallway comes the undersecretary. And her first question was, how's it going? It was all about this. And at those levels, it was fun to see that kind of a commitment by our agency, by all of our agencies about this effort. Because you know me, when you're asking me about 3 more miles of water and sewer pipeline as a project, I'm going to plug you into the program director. You're going to get a federal government application. And then you're going to start the process. And now you got a deadline to meet. You got to find matching money, all those things that go into a federal program. And then the secretary makes his announcement. And then I smiled as Chad gave me a phrase I've never let go of, because it's called, we're building the bus as we're trying to drive the bus, about this idea. Because we had no guidance other than we're going to set aside some money and try and figure out how to help the communities. I think the best exercise that has happened is that 30-day window when we asked you guys, what is your priority for your community? And that's where these projects came from. They weren't us handing you a program application. They were you guys across this room that came up with your idea. And now this is such a fun way to do business in my mind, because how we came up with those cooperative agreements, I'm going to smile and tell you that my deputy undersecretary was like 0 for 20 trying to figure out how to fit these projects inside programs. And he wouldn't quit. He spent, I think, 5 trips to our Office of General Counsel with different ideas. How can we make this work? Square peg, round hole stuff. And he finally found a solution with our attorneys. And now we are not handing anybody federal program applications. We're working with our 2 partners right here. I love that he asked way back when, who are the 2 or 3 groups in the region that you think we should work with? I gave him these 3 names. And at this end, after all this work that we've had to go through internally, trying to figure out how to make this work, to come up with this cooperative agreement proposal, these 3 didn't ask to do this. We asked them to do this. I want to make that real clear. And they are willing partners for us to help put money on the ground into projects that are community driven. And that's pretty cool. That's a great way of doing business in my mind, because it's not me saying, hey, here's a new program. It's you saying, I've got an idea and let's try and figure out how to make it work. So these cooperative agreements are pretty fun for us. And President Peterson's right. They've got an opportunity. If they do it right, maybe we do it again. And so I love their enthusiasm for this, because the net result is they're going to be working with a lot of groups around Southeast Alaska, using our agency's money to help them get their priority stuff done. And it's not going to be a federal government application. You're going to be working with a much more streamlined process, and you're going to be working with them. We get to work with the cooperators. And that's this new thing that I like, that these guys are in charge and we're helping them. So I'm excited. 26 years into this, I'm as excited as I've ever been when it comes to being an employee for this agency. I want to see this work, and I'm going to be looking to these three to help.
Thanks so much, Keith. That was pretty brief. Pretty good. Good job. All right, let's hear from our Forest Service folks. Here we have Chad, Deputy Regional Forester, and Dave Schmidt, our Regional Forester.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to just be very brief and pass this to my sidekick here because he's the one doing all the work. But I did want to acknowledge a little bit here. I think I met most of you, but I had the opportunity to live and work in rural Alaska for almost 28 years in my career. And I think I heard Robert say, you know, we've all been working together before. I met Keith, I bumped into you over 20 years ago. President Peterson and I started developing a relationship over 20 years ago. But we're working together differently today. And I just want to end where I think Keith started about optimism. I've never been more optimistic in my career. We have things in front of us that it keeps me coming to work every day when I look at the everything from our infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, Great American Outdoors Act that we've been working through, our appropriations, and a recognition of how important these communities and especially in Southeast, but our rural communities and our communities in Southeast Alaska are, and how important they are. And it's been the only thing that I did to really contribute here was we hired this lady next to us here, which has been amazing. You talk about catalyst and making things happen. And then my sidekick, Chad Van Ormer here has really played the leadership role here for the region. So it's yours, man.
All right. Thanks, Dave. And yeah, this is really exciting. No doubt about it, especially to be sitting up here with this group and talking about the effort that we've been going after here the past year and some change. I just want to start with probably one of the more exciting parts of it is the One USDA concept. That is something that, I've worked with for the Forest Service for about 22 years now. And I've met Samia here and there, Hoonah Native Forest Partnership, and out and about working in the rural communities. Never had the pleasure of meeting Keith before. Yeah, I know. But nothing but laughs and just.
Some tickets.
Yeah, I know. I already tried. And that's what I love the most. It's the humor. We can all laugh together and make good jokes. But to really integrate our USDA missions here in Alaska, boy, you talk about a silo breaking. We've really done a great job here this past year, really forming a relationship. And it wasn't the first attempt. There's been other attempts in the past of, kind of a One USDA concept here in Southeast Alaska, and it kind of sounded good and fizzled. But I think where we got the energy here between Keith and Samia and Barb, the folks out on the ground that work for USDA as well, all of our field folks and district rangers. I think we got a really good connection here that's going to be able to be resilient and last a test of time. I don't know how many public meetings I've been into where, they're asking about wastewater systems or landfills or work on private lands, native corporation lands. And usually I would shrug my shoulders and be like, wait, go talk to another agency. But now I can actually say, hey, let me introduce you to Keith Perkins, or let me introduce you to Samia Seville. And we can actually make those connections and make government work the way I think it's intended to work, which is really to be a kind of a one-stop shop, One USDA approach here to Southeast Alaska. The other really cool thing is just the culture of Southeast Alaska. Stories. I love stories. I'm not a very good storyteller, but I'm a really good listener when it comes to stories. And a really rich part of Southeast Alaska's culture is storytelling. And I just get enamored when I look across the room and the history I've had here in Southeast Alaska and each one of your individual stories and how they've intertwined with each other's stories, and my story is intertwined. And then you think of our organizational stories and where they've come and gone, the conflicts, the successes. and everything. And when you really kind of trace all those stories together and you get to this kind of, what I think right now is just this really great moment in time to where we're actually writing the same story here with One USDA and the sustainability strategy for Southeast Alaska. It feels really empowering. It makes bureaucratic work that I do actually exciting and rewarding. So I want to thank everyone on the panel here for really thinking differently and working this whole process together. I definitely want to thank the folks out in the field too, because that's where the heavy lift is going to be. While we've gone through the big job of obligating the dollars, another government term, which means it's actually secured, it won't get taken away. But now the real hard part is going to be, showing up in the communities and showing up at every level of our USDA organizations and working with sustainable SSP and Central Council, Southeast Conference, and all the other partners that are really trying to create this wonderful story here for this transition we're going through here. So with that, thanks a lot for the opportunity to speak here today, and yeah, have a good one.
And I see that we just tag team Julia out and we got Ralph. So Ralph, you must have something you want to say to the group before we pivot to like some of the mechanics of the sub awards. So.
How about now? There we go. I think a couple of things I wanted to touch on, being on the Sustainable Southeast Partnership and looking at the outcomes we were looking for when we first heard about SAS. Something I've been sitting over here, Julia set me up really nice to sit up here and talk right away. But the first thing that came to mind was the first meeting that public meeting that we had. I don't think I was very nice to Chad because it was a process, right? It was a process that we'd seen over and over again throughout the region. We called it a consult. We had 3 native entities on that phone call, and I felt inclined to call that out. And I have apologized to Chad since then, but I think it changed the whole direction of how this process went around and the ideology behind this SAS initiative, making sure that we looked at the communities and their priorities holistically, not just from, some of the folks that are louder in the room that are much more used to putting in applications and applying for these kind of things. So that story is still stuck in my head, and I am so glad that I did that because it changed the trajectory. And I think where we've got to today, from our initial conversations to our announcement last week, like President Peterson said, the secretary was on it. He had answers for every bit of information or questions that came his way. And I was very impressed just to see the commitment. This shows and represents a different way of not only thinking within the agency, but relationship building within the agencies and the partnerships in the region. So I'm excited to be able to help on the ground and work with you all every day, and just look forward to the next version and how we can keep improving and doing more for the region in a meaningful way, not just we signed an MOU and it's on the shelf. How are we going to make this happen and continue to grow and improve Southeast in many directions, not just one?
Thanks. Is there anything else anybody wants to add before we pivot sort of to more mechanics? Yes, Elena.
I just want to, maybe it was said, but in case it wasn't, a part of our cooperative agreement is that we're committed to meeting twice annually with all SAS partners. And that's going to be an open invitation. So this is sort of our first convening of SAS partners, this event. And then the next one will be in the spring at the SSP Spring Retreat, which happens usually in Juneau or Sitka. So just something for all of you to know, like we will continue to convene like this in person, because that's going to be key to, moving all this forward.
Yeah, I want to just throw out there that the momentum we build together for the sustainability strategy is what's going to keep it going. There's things we know about the sustainability strategy. There's things we know. We have ink wet on the paper from Earl Stewart to Dave Schmidt on agreements from this week. We have almost every single SAS agreement executed to allocate that $25 million before the end of our fiscal year, September 30th. So we're really like, sounds like, you know, we have a year to put all this together. That is lightning speed for us, people, just so you know, like, and I can't say enough about the tremendous amount of work that it is to move all those dollars through fiscal agreements with the agencies. But man, we did it. And it's because of the strength of our partners and the strength of our program staff. So the ink is still wet on many of these agreements. Earl just told me he signed 2 of them today. But we're getting those dollars. The dollars are secured. That's something that we know. Those dollars are secured. And most of these agreements are 5-year agreements. So the other thing we know is we have time to implement all these different projects and to get them right. So those of you that are sitting here in this room that are on the sub-award list that will be receiving funds through one of these regional strengthening agreements, know that we have time and that we have to get some things in order before we can allocate those funds out. But the dollars are secured. We know that. We also know that you're going to have the support you need as a partner with technical assistance for invoicing. We're going to stand up a monthly office hour so that if you're struggling with some of the administrative end of your agreement, that you know that you can either get a hold of me whenever, if it's on the USDA side, or you can call in on a monthly basis and sit with program managers, other USDA staff, and our regional strengthening partners and get the assistance that you need. Elena already said the other thing we know is that we're going to be meeting twice a year as partners, and that's going to be open to anyone that wants to participate in the sustainability strategy. There's also quite a few things we don't know. And so we're going to open this up to the workshop component of this. And we do have quite a few virtual participants. So we're going to open up to them first and then let them go. And then we'll just go to Q&A and stuff here in the room. But we know that part of the regional strengthening agreements, we've asked for our 3 partners to come up with a streamlined application process that we can utilize, not just to gather additional information from the sub-awardees that are already identified, but hopefully we can utilize for other efforts like this here and in other areas across the United States. We know we want to collect some metrics. And we know some of the questions that we'll be asking, and Jean, maybe you'll get an opportunity here during the workshop to say what some of those are from our regional economist, Jean Daniels. She's the Forest Service regional economist over there. Raise your hand, Jean. If you haven't met Jean yet, she's wonderful. And she's working with Meilani on some of those metrics from Southeast Conference. So we know we want to collect additional metrics. We don't quite know what they are, but we're going to be working together to develop those so we can measure success. What does $25 million invested in this way? What does that do for a region like Southeast Alaska? We know that there's still some environmental review processes that we can't avoid through some of the subawards, and we've got to figure out how that's going to be implemented and what that's going to look like. But there's things we know, there's things we don't know, but we're going to work on it together. With that, I guess I would want to throw it open to questions from the audience, but first of all, opening it up to our virtual participants, seeing who's online and if they have any questions. And if you have questions, should we ask them to raise their hand, Nathan? Is that the best way, or maybe just come off mute and ask the question? If there's no question, we're going to count to like 10 maybe, and then we'll start in the room if there's any questions in the room. Or
Thanks. All right, let's open it up to the room then.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your hard work. I appreciate it.
We've got a live, we've got a mic that we should pass around so the folks online can hear the question. Excuse me, sorry.
I'm not as quick on my feet as Ralph or Robert with the microphone, sorry.
There it goes. Okay, thank you. My name is Kail Juice and I come from Heidelberg. I sit on Haida Corporation, our chairman's here. I also sit as a board of director for Sea Alaska. And so coming from the village and having that tribal perspective, we had some company in Heidelberg and our mayor, Anthony Christensen, and myself hosted. Keith brought some very important people to our village. People had never probably been in Alaska, I don't know. But anyway, I wanted to say that it felt real for the first time. And some of us have been at this for 20 years or more. And sometimes you wonder, you know, is this really going to work, you know? And so I heard you loud and clear, but from every level, the regional, getting it down to the rural communities has been amazing to me. I've never seen it. I work with Elena, I work with Richard, and kudos to all of you who do your hard work, but I'm saying it is a first. And I hope that we gather ourselves enough to respond in the way we have pride in our communities. Each village, Kulak, all the way up, all have local pride. And the opportunity to show that pride is amazing. But what I did was I signed up a little list. This is Real Village. I just did it by hand. And I said, are you interested in attending a Southern Southeast gathering and planning session to collectively create a priority list to bring back to Southeast Conference in 2023 from our rural, I'm looking at Southern Southeast because we are oftentimes underrepresented, many small rural communities in this area. And bring this list back and present a panel to Southeast Conference about what our outcomes, what our priorities are. And that gathering would begin in Kulak at the Trade Center under the guise of Chaz Edwardson, who was recently hired to do that. Anyway, I've signed up the list. I've got the email list going out right now. And I want you to know that I've been strongly supported on the Sea Alaska board for these endeavors. Elena has been a strong supporter of this vision that we have, bringing it back, choosing to live in our villages, choosing to make those economies real is really, I'm so honored that I got to see this. So thank you.
Hi, I'm John Erickson, the city and borough manager of Yakima. And I remember when Elena and we started this SSP process a long time ago. And then we brought Ralph in and at that time I said, what are they smoking? You know, I just figured no way. And it's really, it really warms my heart and it really makes it nice. And, you know, to be a part of a group like this where we're all small communities, we don't have the big political fights, this and that. We come in here and we all want to see each of us do well. And I love that. And I feel a lot of love in the room. And I just want to thank you and thank you to SSS, whatever it is, P now. It changes 4 or 5 times since I've been here. And to Southeast Conference. God bless you and thank you.
Let's say, I guess, thank you all for the investment and for coming in and all your work together in the USDA. I was on the Tongass Advisory Committee years ago, and we were given the mandate to look at young growth timber transition, but we gave you all a lot of direction and recommendations, and a lot of that was for USDA investments and Forest Service programs to work together more coherently to get more return. And I think that this SAS strategy is taking some of those recommendations and moving it forward. So thanks a lot for that. I guess a question for some of the Forest Service staff on the panel is, how are you seeing these investments and management within Tongass systems and programs working together so that management and the investments are working together for Southeast Alaska communities?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think that's where our curve is right now. I think is really how do we get these investments out there into the rural communities and working, in alignment with the Forest Service and the work that's being done on the ground. So I think one of our first steps is probably, like many of you, is hiring people. We've got diminished capacity across our agency, and especially here in in Alaska, where it's harder to recruit talent in. So we're going through efforts to rebuild our capacity at the ground level so that we can make sure we have the right support to make sure that USDA shows up in the field to be able to support the restoration work, the workforce development work, and those pieces there. One of the challenges I think is going to be for us is we may be competing for the same talent because while you all are interested in hiring locally, so are we too. And leveraging our unique hiring authorities here in Alaska through ANILCA to hire locally and bring into the federal workforce. So, but the bottom line for me is I don't really care if the person is wearing a Forest Service patch or if they're wearing a SSP patch or a Central Council patch, as long as we're all kind of pulling on the same rope and doing the work that needs to be done for the communities. I think that's where the success is. So, so I guess I don't know if I completely directly answered your question, but that's kind of the first thing that came to my mind is how do we really kind of build that capacity now that we've got good leadership alignment here across the Southeast region? How can that transcend and translate down through our organizations to make sure that we're really kind of getting the intent fulfilled that we're creating here?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Andrew, if we got all of your question. Was part of that future investments, future funding, how we operate together? Could you help me? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So outside of, this is this is a chunk of money. It's some folks say, well, it's just a little bit when you start looking at the infrastructure bill and all these other big pieces. But you can see by the amount of folks and the partners and projects that we've touched and what that can lead to. It's also, I think, my best crystal ball here, how it shapes our future appropriations here. Our budgets have gone up significantly in our programs and how we work together in a more integrated fashion, and some of the principles that are here in SAS as what I see us directing into the future. I think Barb put those up first, those four kind of prongs of the Secretary's announcement when we look at certainly at restoration and moving forward, transitioning into a restoration young growth program. And we're seeing that. Our programs are reflecting what we're hearing from you all and where the needs are and where the work is. A lot more investment in certainly in restoration, but in recreation in the region here as well. But I think our goals that I'm looking forward, it is really getting work done through others. It's working in a much more co-stewardship approach and working closer with the tribes and communities here in Alaska to get things done. And for the first time, I've seen, for a while, we've been working hard here in this region. We did not compete well for funds, to be honest with you. Our cost of doing business, we've been working as an agency, the Forest Service, and we've called it a scarcity model. Our budgets have been flat or reducing. And so we've competed those and across the country, just the criteria that were set up, we did not fare very well. We don't have one of them, I think Samia can speak to, our fish streams and others are short. They're really important, but when you put a fish passage structure that may open a lot of quality habitat, but it doesn't open miles of stream here. And so those were some of the criteria around restoration that didn't fit well. When we looked at benefits and cost benefits, they were based on the cost of doing your project versus what those benefits are in the communities and the jobs that they produce and how that can move around. And so I see this big transition. I've been working at it. I saw us moving towards a different economy here 20 years ago on the Tongass and on the Chugach as well. And that's a little bit maybe, Andrew, where I foresee things going.
Barb, I think Ian's got a question online.
Hey, yeah, thanks. Really appreciate the SAS. Oh, sorry, my name is Ian Johnson. I live in Hoona. I work for Hoona Indian Association, and we're really excited about the SAS opportunity here for the tribe. And now we're on the project list, which is great, and we're also part of these cooperative sub-agreements that are great to hear about. I just think maybe one of the current gaps in SAS is that it can't address the marine environment. At least it so far hasn't been able to. So I'm curious if panelists have any thoughts on ways to make it more flexible to kind of meet these either co-management or local priority projects from sea to summit. And then if that's not can't be accommodated in the current SAS structure, what other federal partners or opportunities would we have to bring in and to continue to leverage this model and like the intent of SAS to also address our marine environment? So thanks.
Hey, thanks for the question, Ian. I'll try and tackle that one. That's one of our limitations, certainly. When Secretary Vilsack directed the 3 USDA agencies to get to work and do good here in Southeast Alaska, that line started at mean high tide and worked its way up to the mountaintop, as you described there. One of the principles, though, from the beginning that Secretary Vilsack really encouraged us to do is to bring in other federal agencies. That's working with maybe Department of Interior, some of the work that they do, maybe NOAA, and some of the work they do in the marine environment. And I think there's some opportunities to really kind of strengthen that. We haven't been able to get there in the past 12 months, particularly because of the focus of really just kind of growing here organically at this seed stage we're in right now. But I think that's where, I just talked to, with Andrew, the growth curve. I think that's probably another growth curve that we could try and leverage here with our, at least, our government, one USDA model here is to expand that out into maybe other federal agencies who have the capacity to really jump in and see a value in cooperating and collaborating across federal agencies to, try and find some of these common benefits and goals here we have in rural Southeast Alaska. So I wish I had, an agreement in the pocket with NOAA or maybe even the state of Alaska. That would be great, but we just haven't been there yet. But it's not to say if you got something that could be a catalyst for bringing them to the table, any of the rural communities or any of the folks working out in the field, we would welcome that for sure. So it doesn't need to be, Sammy or Keith or I or Barb inviting another agency to the table. We really would appreciate others bringing your partners as well. And if there's an opportunity there, let's do it.
I would like to add to that and just say that the strength of our one USDA and plus our 3 regional partners is that we all have our hands in different things. We have to work within our agency authorities, but man, what can rural development do? Almost, Keith, can you just list some of the things you funded in South, like Merit, and then look at what Southeast Conference brings and Central Council brings and Spruce Root brings, and I think the umbrella is pretty vast.
In the world, hello? Oh, here we go. But I wasn't quite listening loudly enough to you, but I guess we're talking about technical. I know what. I was staring into my phone. I'm on my 7th merits proposal for those airline tickets. So,
Yeah.
but technical assistance.
Just
Oh, yeah, 2 bromances.
Programs, because they're so outside, from a Forest Service perspective, what, the one USDA approach, when you look at USDA and the things that you've heard it multiple times through this whole conference. How many things has USDA funded from here with people that aren't, USDA programs that never even have a presence of a person here in Southeast Alaska? When you look at food stamps or, what WIC, SNAP and all the different things USDA funds. And then you look at, when I think of the housing and all the different things you do, Keith, when I hear about you, there's always a new program that I'm like, you fund that too? Like, there's just an amazing umbrella that USDA covers.
It's actually kind of fun for me to, 26 years into it now, to go through any of your communities and see what we've got below ground or above ground. Because it really is kind of fun as an agency that we fund a lot of water and sewer pipes and electric lines in your communities below the ground, lift stations, you name it, anything having to do with utilities, we can help fund or finance. And we also, back to that topic of technical assistance, we also fund smaller communities that need a planning grant because they don't have the capacity to do some design work. So we could help fund that to help get that project ready for funding from us. We also live in the world of business development. I mean, we help finance, we help banks make it easier to finance business projects or business opportunities with our loan guarantee program, but we also provide grants to municipalities, tribes, nonprofits to help facilitate ideas in the world of business development. We're laying an awful lot of fiber cable out there right now, whether it's going up the inside of Prince of Wales Island and across the island, or we're getting real close to going live with Yakutat yeah, right. Yeah, it makes John smile. Those cell phones aren't going to be paperweights anymore, with that connection coming down from Cordova. And yet I get to help grandma and grandpa fix their bad windows or get a wheelchair ramp installed in their home with our 504 home improvement program. We make loans for home ownership. I mean, what else can we do in a community? I mean, I think right now about the only thing we can't touch are swimming pools and golf courses. Other than that, we not only help fund or finance that based on your community's median household income when it comes to infrastructure, we also have technical assistance programs to help that planning part. And then I kind of smiled when a lot of the conversation here was about workforce development, because before SAS came around, Spruce Root had the same idea, and they've got one of our RISE grants for helping workforce development in the region with their work. We handed these guys a hat. This guy, he got a lot of money this last 3 days, Robert.
And we're going on a Alaska Airlines flight together.
Mr. Peterson, that's 3 romances now. Sorry. But
Did you say romance or bromance?
yeah, bromance. But it's right. But it's much fun, and I like to have a lot of fun. I think Chad probably rolls his eyes when I show up on screen for our SAS meetings and says, "Oh crap, Perkins is here," because I like to have fun. And so it's a wide swath in the community or inside this region that rural development can help out. I always smile about partnering with the Forest Service. Well, I love this 1/10 thing because it does nothing but positive stuff for us to be tied at the hip anywhere we go. So I'm excited about where things are at. But yes, we do an awful lot.
And one of my charges this year, just to get to, and then we'll go to Ralph to answer too, is to expand to other federal agencies that in Southeast. So hopefully we can include NOAA. I did have a quick talk with the superstar from EDA. And she's gonna work with us too to work with the SAS steering team and get EDA presence down here. So really, I'll be working on that over the course of this next year, is to pull some other federal agencies together and have us working together across agency lines to help support our regional partners and all of you. So Ralph, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's important to mention that like part of our collaboration process and working through within the objectives of the SSP is definitely looking for building those relationships that aren't at the table yet. And I think it's very noticeable that the federal government's here. We got private entities, tribes. Our next mission is the state. We need to get the state on board at looking how and what we can try to do to fulfill some of these aspects and areas of that need strengthening right now. So that's definitely in the mission as part of the SSP objective. So it's on with SAS too.
Okay, I think we had a question back here.
Yes, thanks. My name is Charles Edwardson. I'm the new executive director of the Prince of Wales Vocational Training Center. I've been there about 60 days. And what I discovered in the first 2 days is that they have been operating on a limited to zero budget. And it's a state-funded regional training center. So I am learning a lot, and I got to say I'm really grateful for Southeast Conference. My first contact when I got the job was Tlingit and Haida. Second was University of Alaska, then Avtech. Then I called Keith, because I've known Keith for many years. And I'm grasping at what the state obviously thought that it was a good investment to build a regional training center on Prince of Wales Island. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that my predecessor, Kathy Needham, was the executive director. For over 18 months, she worked for free until Sea Alaska recognized her efforts. I have to give a shout out to her and her staff of one who kept the school going, and the city of Klawock for financing the operation of the building. So they all believe in the regional training center. And throughout the conference, workforce development has been a focus. But really, funding for workforce development for a small regional training center is virtually almost impossible to get operational funds. And, you can go through the Department of Labor, get STEP grants, and it's just workforce development is a labor of love. I mean, it's just something that doesn't come easily. It's expensive. Anyway, I'll get to my question in a minute. What I'm trying to get at is the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy, the initiative, from what I'm gathering, started about a year ago or more, and there was a 30-day comment period for projected projects. There was no comment made by the Prince of Wales Vocational Training Center to bring attention to the fact that being tasked, the entire mission of that training facility was to address workforce development for the region, the island. First the island and then the southern southeast region is how I envision it. The comment period for 30 days for projected projects. If, like in my case, if we are unaware of the initiative, is the opportunity closed to be included in support? A lot of projects have been identified, and the training center has actually been named in many grants. But like I said, I'm 60 days into it, and the operational costs occur every day, and our inability to hire the instructors needed, that's a real problem. So we ask, okay, there's a facility there, and it's a world-class facility. There's just not a lot of activity there. Well, there's no activity there because they have no money. And I guess that's kind of my charge, was to start exploring these options and what's out there. And like I said, we are named in several grants, but usually, from what I understand, it's just for the facility's usage. It's not developing programs for the region. I guess the root of my question is, if we missed the comment period and I wasn't aware of the opportunities for funding. Is the door closed? Did we miss the boat? You know, do we wait for the outcomes of this initiative? I've drawn in a lot of interest. Partnerships are going to be developed. I'm sure of it. We'll get funding here and there. But a sustainable focus on the facility itself for succession over the years is what I'm really focused on. And only through really a lot of investment from a lot of different areas is it going to succeed out there on Prince of Wales Island. So the regional tribes, of course, I went to them and we're going to start some, you know, with the housing authorities and that. We'll do the construction academies, we'll do the welding, we'll do all that. But sustainability is what I'm looking for and how to get involved with the sustainability strategy as a facility, not just a facilitator of programs, but as a facility itself to be included in some of these initiatives.
So the question I'm hearing is there going to be another pot of money to apply for?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there will be, but that, you know, years to come.
Yeah.
But
We don't know.
for our immediate, I don't like to say, how do you put this? With the budget we have, we got to really perform, get some things going on the island in workforce development. But if my whole job is to keep the lights on and the fuel paid, I can't develop programs.
Right.
And I guess that's, you know, that's what this is, Southeast Conference. And here we are located on an island with many of the natural resources we're looking at developing. So it's just a question I'm posing, putting it out there. We need help.
The ongoing maintenance of programs and that momentum
Well,
we build,
yeah, the
right?
facilities,
Yeah.
the building itself needs capital improvement, and that's my job. So I'll go out and I'll look to the state, and look to other agencies. I see Richard over there.
Richard, yeah.
Your, you know, Prince of Wales VOC Tech is listed on here as getting
many times.
$75,000.
Many times, and I'm just
So
saying.
congratulations.
Rather than,
I did want to
kind of
say,
a-
it's a good question. I did want to say though, that there is a small pool of funding to help catalyze, you know, other projects or continue to fund projects that come up that that didn't get funding. And so, yeah, come talk to me afterwards. I think the other thing to know is that the SSP, you know, partner organizations or communities that are part of SSP can also access some small pool of funding there. And so, you know, an incentive to join the SSP if you're not already a partner, but also talk to Ralph about that.
Yeah, I was hoping you would mention that, Elena. There will be some additional, just stay tuned is the message there for that additional pot of money and how to access that.
Jeremy Bynum here. I gotta say, you know, you're modeling the way, and I think that's exciting. And I'm really glad that actually stayed to the end here, because this is one of the things that I see that gets me really excited when we see federal government, local governments, tribes coming together to have solutions. And I hear people getting up and saying, it's been 25 years. That's the kind of success that we want to have. So my question is and you've spoken to it a little bit, but how do we expand this kind of success? The gentleman online said to other agencies, but then communicating. I wasn't aware of this specifically until I was here sitting and listening to this great success story. So how do we continue to get the great word out so that this can continue to grow to other agencies and be sustainable for this program?
Well, there is a position that's getting funded to do just that. Does anyone else want to talk about it? So, well, Sitka Conservation Society has a position that was funded through SAS to for that exact reason, to share out the news of the work that's happening, that's coming out of this strategy across the region. So that, you know, just like the rest of us, that funding has kind of just come through for them. And so they'll start that work. But I think, you know, they'll have a built out strategy for how to communicate that effectively to local audiences, national audiences. And so I think that'll be one of the topics that this, you know, semi-annual convening will discuss, like, how are we sharing this out? What kind of messaging matters? You know, where are we missing the ball? That sort of thing. And then that one FTE is dedicated to moving that forward.
And along with that, looking at our program being one of those programs that are going to be doing a lot of communication and backbone work to make sure that the partnership is continuing to grow and get partners that aren't involved yet or that haven't been around yet. I mean, the ink literally dried for our program last week. There was one yesterday and today. So it's moving at the speed of trust, which can go fast and slow. We did that in sync too. That was great. So I think once we really get going on this, there's been a lot of press around the announcements that have happened over the last couple weeks. And hopefully we can get out to a more broader network within the region. So it's coming. And that's definitely one of the aspects that we're looking at, is to make sure we're communicating the stories and the victories as well as some of the struggles.
Add into that a little bit. So I guess what we're hoping is success breeds success, right? You know, so when we get this energy pulled together here, you know, with all those that are engaging in the sustainability strategy, it kind of gets its own head of steam to where, you know, ideas and money all starts to get generated together. You know, on the federal government side, I mean, I'm not anticipating the secretary, I don't know, to say, hey, here's another 25 million, go for it next year. I'm not quite sure that's going to be the intent, but like Dave said, we've got all sorts of opportunities through the federal side around funding. We have the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, Great America Outdoors Act, our regular appropriations. And I guess the way I kind of foresee, you know, in terms of it being able to inject funds to kind of keep the success breeding success forward, is that, you know, it would just be kind of become part of our programs. It'd become foundational almost. So if we get an injection of money, you know, we say, hey, we got, you know, $500,000 to do this, you know, trail reconstruction project. Well, instead of just like having the widget or the output being a nice, beautiful new trail, we're wanting to rethink our thinking to be, what's the outcome we're looking for? We're looking for local employment. We're looking for a trail that's great for the local community. And maybe that trail will even create a little bit of economic activity for tourists that come in. So that's how we're kind of, it's not really just about the money, but it's about the outcomes is how we're thinking about it. And how can we take whatever precious dollars we get within the region here and focus them on those outcomes so that it's not just a number of miles trail maintained or a number of acres restored. It's a bigger, broader story that sits behind it. The other thing that's cool too is, you know, just being really intricately more tied with rural development and NRCS is that now we can talk a lot more about our regular dollars that come in that we can count on every year, and how can we kind of bring those together so that we can leverage them even further. And so if we can do that within USDA, that would be a huge step forward, something that we've never done before. And then I would challenge if we can even do that a step further and say, talk to Central Council, and they get money through probably BIA and other federal programs. And we talked to Elena at Spruce Root. He gets great support from philanthropic organizations that are coming in. I mean, you start kind of tying it all together under kind of this outcomes-based approach to our work here in Southeast Alaska. And that's where I would kind of, you know, envision success breeding success and the steps forward here.
Yeah, one of the great things about putting out a request for ideas and getting over 200 ideas is that even the ones that didn't make the list are still possibilities for existing programs. So I know Keith and I, and probably the Forest Service as well, has looked at that list of ideas and the individuals or entities that threw those out there through that initial request for proposals, and have reached out to some of those folks and to either more fully develop a true proposal that could either fit into one of our programs or to some other funding mechanism, or to maybe learn how to bend and stretch a little bit within the parameters of our existing programs to see if we can help support some of those ideas that fall into all of our missions to help not only steward natural resources, but also support community and economic development for the region.
You know, Jeremy, that's a good question, because I love this concept that we're inside of right now. Because I'm setting, I hate to say I'm setting, but our agency is setting money in front of these two organizations, and it's their job to deliver the goods. I don't get to see an application that I've got to review and approve or deny. These guys are going to do all that work. And me, I love that word trust, because sometimes it's hard as a federal agency to smile at Carol as I hand her an 86-page application and say, no, trust me, you'll get some money at the back end of that. Now we're going to set this down here with those projects that we got, but there were a lot of good projects that didn't make the cut that are good projects. But some of those projects, and I'm looking at plenty of tribal or city administrators who have large infrastructure needs, and if we put $9 million in a local government's electric turbine need, now we've got a lot less money to try and spread out. So right now we tried to spread this as far across Southeast as we could, big and small communities, different parts of every community, to try and make that happen. I like what I heard from President Peterson back when we met with our Deputy Undersecretary on June 3rd in his office. This group, we all sat down because we're on short final to these agreements that we're now getting ready to work underneath together with. And he was smiling at the opportunity because he's on his own mission in a good way when it comes to self-determination and the ability to do it the way he wants to do it from the tribe's perspective. And he sees this as one more step in that direction. I say, these guys want to make this work. I think it's their success. If they do what they believe they can do and they do it well, that's what keeps the door open for this to maybe happen. And maybe, as Ralph keeps talking about, a cultural shift in how we as federal agencies conduct business. And my Deputy Undersecretary, the one that left, unfortunately, early, and what a wonderful person to have worked with during this process, he has that same vision. Can this be deployed in other parts of Alaska or other parts of the country? And so it is nice to see people at high levels in the department watching this unfold here in Southeast Alaska. So I think Chad's right. Success begets success. And so I'm looking forward to some fun. And I just kidding.
No, we're both grabbing for that.
Yeah. I might regret this, but I agree with Keith.
Is that recorded?
Yeah. However, I think the hope of seeing the agency change can also move over to other agencies as well. And hopefully we could see that shift happen there too, in order to show exactly that. That's what I said in that meeting. The first meeting is like, we don't have the bandwidth to apply for 15 different applications to make one hydro project work. Right. And that's what we're seeing all over the region. And part of the basis and shift, I hope, is that other agencies see that, because we're tired of piecemealing it all together to make it work. We want you guys to come to us and say, hey, what do you guys need? Here we go. Let's go move in that direction. And I hope that's what this is representing.
And all of these awards and programs that are contained within this rollout there's a lot to be developed, but within that, there is the intent to do some capacity building to help that next round of applications be ready. So I think we'll see how that unfolds over the next few weeks. But I'm excited about that. Again, the capacity building and helping organizations, be ready for whatever resources that they can take advantage of. If I may, hit the pause button for a second. If anyone is trying to aim for the 3 o'clock, so there's a shuttle at 3 and 3:45. If just double check at the lost and found box, because there's a few items that have been turned in. I don't know if they're yours or if they're valuable and they're going to be mine, but take a look at that on your way out. If you slipping out.
Catch that 3 o'clock shuttle.
Yeah, no, I think and that's kind of what the intent was trying to wrap up by 3, because there will be a shuttle there. But I think it's just exciting. We've committed that we're going to be meeting on a regular basis and be meeting with our one USDA partners to hone in what the rollout's going to be, what your expectations for those that have been on these lists of projects, what your expectations will be to provide information in the framework. We're really trying to minimize the reporting requirements. There's always reporting requirements. And it doesn't do you any good if we take shortcuts, because that doesn't help you in the long run. And so we want to really make sure we can streamline a process that meets all the federal requirements and gets these projects funded in a way that's sustainable. And so I'm excited about how that's going to roll out in the future. So again, just thank you. How many one USDA partners? Is there 4? 4 of you? So there's 3 there. Okay, so thank you. 3 partners and deputies, and it's just what a team. What a team. I'm excited about that. So thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.